9 months though.
Yeah.
So Rena says there's like an AP.
All right, council, let's do mic checks. Councilmember Carbasi, can you do a mic check?
Mike is here to do a mic check.
We have anybody else online? Council members?
Yep,
Pop up your video, please. Council Vice President Caprillo, we hear you clearly.
I'm here.
Councilmember Esparza, looks like you're at City Hall again in my district. All right.
Mike, did you get a chance to send me that flyer yet?
I did through Gmail, so you should get it at your I'll double check, but it should go through now.
All right.
I've been having problems with
Councilmember Chavez,
CD.
are you online? Councilwoman Soria? Councilmember Bedefield, can you do a mic check for me?
Testing, testing.
There you go. We got you. All right, we'll give Councilwoman Soria another minute or so, and then we'll get started today. Councilwoman, can you do a mic check for me?
Hello.
All right, perfect. Well, let's begin, folks. Good afternoon, or good morning, I think it is, for the September 17th regular scheduled meeting. Before we begin the meeting, we will ask for a motion and a second to approve the special emergency meeting to discuss one item. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting?
Motion.
Second.
Been motion by member Chavez, second by member Soria. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza, Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio, President Arias,
Yes.
5-2 absent.
All right. So with that, we'll begin the special meeting notice. The special meeting called this morning at 9 o'clock is to consider resolution requesting Governor Newsom provide relief to restaurants by facilitating the return to indoor dining as soon and as safely as possible, and to authorize outdoor dining to continue even after indoor dining is authorized. With that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Chavez. You have the floor.
Thank you. This resolution really captures what we've been working on for the past couple of weeks with the city, the county, the California Restaurant Association, and various different business owners. And obviously, we know and we see the trends and the numbers going down. Speaking with the county public health folks yesterday, the data is showing we're going to be opening up here pretty soon, but we know that it's not going to be enough for our businesses. We know that the capacity numbers have been very difficult for them to actually, turn a profit and keep their business going. So what this really does is it does a couple of things. One, it codifies the work that we've been doing with the city, the county, the public health folks, and then the state. There have been numerous conversations going on behind the scenes, so to speak, with the state as well and their public health folks. And so I'm pretty confident that we're going to get that variance, but we wanted to send a message that the city of Fresno, one, has been working diligently with the county, with the state, and with our neighboring city, that we're going to be making an announcement here at 1:30 p.m. I think today, in the form of a press conference, and really speaking with one voice, united, really working towards that goal. I know many of you have had these conversations with your small businesses. I spent the last part of 4 hours last night talking to a lot of the small businesses, and not just in my district, but across the city. And so we know that this is something that they're going to be working with us to ensure that we open up, but we do it in a safe manner that abides by all local and state guidelines. And we want to make sure that we're thoughtful and strategic about how we go about having that conversation. So the letter, resolution itself captures the letter that the mayor and the county chair are going to be sending to the governor and asking for that variance. I believe we're going to get it, but going forward, I think we need to have a template and a format as to how we monitor the local data that's coming out of our local hospitals and adjust accordingly. Many of the businesses have already agreed to abide by those CDC guidelines and local public and state health initiatives. And so we want to make sure that we're a partner in that conversation. And so with that, I will make the motion to approve this resolution.
Second by Capriolio.
Arias?
Council President.
You're muted.
You're muted, Council President.
Sorry, Council Vice President, I'll go to you first and then go to Member Carbasi.
I just want to let you know that I'm on board. My phone wasn't working perfect this morning when you initially called the meeting, and I would second that motion and totally 100% support it and the hard work that's gone into it by our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you're watching and you're a business owner in the city of Fresno, big or small, I want you to know that my colleagues and I and the mayor who worked on this bill, we hear your pain, we feel your pain. My family business, which has existed for 41 years in the city of Fresno, has never been closed this long. We are still closed. We've taken a serious hit in our income. And I know how hard that is for everyone out there. We, if we could take more drastic measures, would, but the reality is that we have to do whatever it takes to get us open safely and as soon as possible to alleviate the financial strain it has on Fresno's families that are in the small business community. But we take this very seriously. Even if you don't call us or talk to us directly, we do hear you and we feel your pain, and we're doing everything we can. We have another bill being introduced later today at the regular meeting, the Business is Essential to Local Economies Act, that is going to help restaurants as well through this pandemic. So we thank you for being patient. So many of you have played by the rules and you've been suffering, but we are doing everything we can, whether it's a Save Our Small Businesses grant, the bill coming up today, or this current bill, to alleviate your pain. Thank you so much for being patient, and thanks to my colleagues and the mayor for working with me on this.
Thank you. With that, do we have any other speakers before we go to the public on this item? Councilmember Butterfield?
Yeah, look, first of all, I respect my colleagues. I think we all want the same thing, ultimately, to have businesses open. But I also believe it's very important to be honest and transparent with our constituents. This resolution basically says three things. The council hereby requests Governor Newsom to continue to improve upon the state program by providing restaurants a more realistic pathway to return to indoor dining as soon and as safely as possible. Changes nothing from what's going on now. It's about opening indoor dining as soon as safely as possible. 2, the city is prepared to facilitate safe indoor dining in consultation with the state and public health guidelines as directed by the Fresno County Public Health Department. Okay, that's going on now. It's been going on all along. And 3, the council further affirms the request by the California Restaurant Association to authorize restaurants to continue outdoor dining per current standard once indoor dining is again allowed. Okay, they're doing outdoor dining, and you're hopeful that the governor at some point will allow indoor dining. Wonderful. The resolution does nothing. All it says is we would like people to eventually return when it's safe, when it's possible. Basically, again, giving all the direction, all the power to Governor Newsom with his 4-color tier system. And everyone's feeling the pressure because it's been 6 months and the business owners have had it. And they're saying, we can't do this anymore. We're going to open up. And so the council, in an effort to appear like it's doing something, is saying, okay, we're going to codify in writing what is already exists. Nothing has changed. Now I have on the agenda, which probably won't see the light of day, I hope it does, real action, which is to open up a resolution that says, open up the restaurants today, following the CDC guidelines. Open. We don't go to Newsom. We're not on our knees. We're not begging. The city of Fresno is saying, open. Every business can open following CDC guidelines. That's what my resolution says. And it says that code enforcement will cease fining businesses. That's my resolution. That's what we're supposed to hear today. That's action. This resolution has no action other than a letter, I guess, that will be sent to Governor Newsom, where people from the county, the mayor, the city council, and I guess they're hoping to get some Fresno County public health officials to sign off on this letter, which they haven't done yet. That's why it wasn't done yesterday, begging Governor Newsom to open up and take his boot off the neck of restaurants and nail salons and other businesses that are closed. So it's again saying we're all together, we're working in this together, we're all in this together, but we're not all in this together because we all get our checks and have been for the last 6 months, but businesses are not. And so this resolution does nothing other than to say, to give a head fake to our constituents like we're doing something. But the reality is we're doing nothing. We can do something later today if we support my resolutions, which is to open up businesses and to file a lawsuit against Governor Newsom so the schools, churches, restaurants, and all the businesses that he shut down will open. I want to be very clear. This is nothing but a mirage, a smokescreen, a head fake to our constituents that your representatives are doing something. They're not. And this codifies nothing but the status quo. Everyone, unfortunately, elected leaders, bureaucrats, have bowed down before Newsom with this arbitrary, authoritarian, unconstitutional edicts that started with a 14-day flatten the curve, went to a roadmap, a dimmer switch, now a 4-color tier system, and all you have is devastation over 6 months. We now have the 6-month anniversary of the 14-day flatten the curve. So I'm not going to support this resolution because this is a resolution that supports big government, taking away people's freedoms, their rights to make a living, and getting on our hands and knees and going to Newsom and saying, please, please, we need you to open up. Even though his 4-tier system will not allow it. Even if you move into the next stage, it doesn't allow them to fully open up. And they have to stay in that for 3 weeks. Why? Just arbitrarily. These are the things. The goalposts always constantly change. So my colleagues, I ask you to support real efforts to open up the businesses. If you support the resolutions that I put forward today, the businesses will get a message from City Hall that they can open up today, following the CDC guidelines. Following CDC guidelines today. This does nothing. It creates an impression we're doing something. We're doing nothing. And later at 1 o'clock, you'll all hold hands and send a letter. And I hope you send a box of chocolates too. And maybe he will do something for our constituents. Because at this point, all he's done is put them out of work and cause tremendous suffering. So I'm not going to be able to support this head fake and mirage.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez, Carbalsi, and Dennis Barza.
Yeah, no, thank you. Totally respect, other colleagues' opinions, but I also believe in being transparent and truthful. And here's the truth for all the business owners. What Councilmember Bredefeld is referencing does absolutely nothing for your business, but put you in jeopardy of losing your ABC license and your state accreditation. And if we take down our businesses down that path, because they tried this down in Southern California, a lot of those businesses that went that route were not able to come back and open back up when they did allow for indoor dining. And so we don't want to set our businesses up for later consequences. Even if we removed everything that was just discussed, this is a state mandate, right? I want to make sure that people understand what this actually is and what it actually isn't. And so I understand the frustration. I hear that from my business owners. I hear that from our constituents, but we also have a responsibility to work. We're not individuals, that have discretion over our own jurisdiction. We are a body that is a democratic representative government. We're all entitled to our opinions, but we're not entitled to our facts. And the facts are that there have been a lot of work going on behind the scenes with associations that represent thousands of restaurants across the city, with individuals that represent a lot of constituents, not just in the city of Fresno, but in Fresno County, and trying to speak with one voice. So I want to make sure that our business owners understand this. Those initiatives that my colleague is referencing will not solve your problem. They will actually make it worse because they will bring down enforcement from the state of California that will jeopardize your business long term. And I don't want to do that. I want to be truthful and upfront with my constituents. We have two very specific examples of that happening. One is the gentleman that owns a restaurant up north. What happened to him when he tried to open up without any provisions or local guidelines? Two is the school that tried to open up arbitrarily. They even sued. The judge just ruled that that is not allowed. And so we're setting up these businesses and entities to fail. And I'm not going to do that. Now, it's easier to do a press conference and point out the obvious, the problems, and everything that's wrong with this situation. We all know that. That's stating the obvious. But what we need to focus on and what our responsibility is to focus on solutions. We don't do that by just arbitrarily saying we're going to do this or we're going to do that. We're a represented body and majority rules here and in the county and in the state. And I think the better route is to actually work with our county public health folks, work with our business associations, and work with the representatives that actually want to find solutions to this problem. So I just want to make sure that we're being transparent and honest. It's much easier to just do a press conference, and we could do a press con. I could do 10,000 press conferences if I felt that that would solve the problem, but that's not how it works. We have guidelines. We have to work within these boundaries. We have to work within these parameters. I don't personally like a lot of them, and I've been on the record as saying that, but I understand that that's how our form of government works. And so I want to be very truthful and upfront and honest with our business owners, with our constituents. That is not the way to get things done. Here's the truth. We're going to open up here pretty shortly, likely early next week, middle next week. And along those lines, we're going to have to go through this conversation of what these openings look like with capacity percentages, with outdoor, with indoor dining. That is a conversation that we're going to have down this road. And I totally understand and I agree with some of what Councilmember Bedford said. There are businesses that are dying on the vine, is the exact quote that I got from them last night. But let's work together. Let's focus. And it's not about holding hands. I don't want to hold anybody's hands, by the way, but I do want to get to a solution. And the solution is to work with our bodies, work within the system that we have, and get those solutions for our business owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, and then Esparza.
I think what had to be said was said by Councilmember Chavez. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza, and then Mayor Libran.
Thank you. So, I can certainly appreciate where this resolution is coming from. Restaurants, and I would say businesses altogether, have taken a hit, not just here in Fresno, but really everywhere. So I'll remind everyone that this is a widespread issue that isn't specific just to us here locally. Restaurants and being able to dine together, really are at the heart of the human experience. But I would say that the harsh reality is that COVID-19 has made it unsafe to dine indoors, while the valley heat and the air quality from wildfires has made it unsafe to dine outdoors as well. And so, the very nature of dining, the eating, the drinking, the socializing, the laughing amongst each other, and this is all without being able to wear a mask, is not an activity that's conducive to containing the spread of COVID-19. So, it's really a series of natural disaster that has dealt us this hand, not the government. It's the pandemic that has accelerated and amplified this recession that we're in, not the government. I will also remind my colleagues that we've seen this story play out before. I had previously called for shelter in place to go until at least May 31st, but this city government, along with the state and other jurisdictions, began to fold under the pressure and send the message that things were open before the end of May, when we really hadn't made any progress that warranted that direction. And this was all happening at the very same time that this country was hitting 100,000 deaths. So months later, I think it's extremely unfortunate that I'm able to sit here today and say that I told you so, because we saw skyrocketing cases all summer long. Our healthcare workers are exhausted, and we're going to be hitting 200,000 deaths any day now. So I don't think we should be patting ourselves on the back and trying to loosen restrictions because of a slight decline in cases here locally, especially as we're headed into the fall, both with the flu and not knowing what a potential second wave of COVID looks like for the Valley. The governor's created this tiered system, and other counties in California have shown that it is possible to move from the purple tier that we're currently in into the less restrictive red tier, which we actually seem to be on the verge of achieving according to the latest numbers. So I think we should stop pretending that these benchmarks are impossible to meet when there are places in California, in this country, even throughout the world, who show that it can be done. When it comes to keeping our cases down here in our community, I think we've been our own worst enemy. And the fact that we're even having this debate today is a reflection of that. Having the attitude that it won't happen to us, I think is precisely why it happens to us. And so I'd like to see us be smarter about it this time around, and not, repeat the mistakes of the past, of the very recent past, despite how much we've learned. And the last appeal I want to make is directly to the residents of our city. Just because you can't dine in doesn't mean that food is canceled. I dine out in terms of takeout, delivery, and I know Councilmember Chavez also does. He eats a lot, quite a bit as well. So, if your food is not canceled, and if you're fortunate enough to have disposable income, I implore you to continue supporting our local restaurants through takeout, through delivery, through the outdoor dining, because they do need our support during this very critical time where many sacrifices are being made to save lives. So I will yield the rest of my time. I will not be supporting this resolution today.
Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Lee Brand, you have the floor. You just have to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. I've been there at City Hall 8 years as a councilman, just about 4 years as a mayor. And you judge how you've done by the results you achieve. So Councilman Bredefield has had several press conferences so far. And first of all, I don't disagree with a lot of the stuff he's saying in terms of where we need to end up at it. It's the question is how we get there. But at the end of the day, threatening lawsuits and all the rhetoric, nothing's been done. Now, do I believe all the stuff the governor's doing? No, I don't. There's many issues I disagree with, but we have had some success with the governor. Even as recently as a couple of weeks ago, opening the salons and the haircuts. I'm not saying I did it solely, but I was a part of a process that accelerated that. We were probably the first city in California to open up retail, thanks in part to the cooperation of the governor. So we're trying to find a constructive way. They simply, and I understand these restaurants. I was in business myself for 40 years. When you go into business, you put your whole your life on the line, you mortgage your house, your family's involved, everything's at risk. I appreciate that risk and that entrepreneur spirit we have. And they're simply, we don't do something in the restaurant industry, they're gonna, there's probably hundreds already failed already. More will fail as we go. There's a sense of urgency, in my opinion. So this time around, the California Restaurant Association, I've worked directly with each other, both in Sacramento and in Fresno, to find a way to move as fast as we can. And there's a difference this time because they realize that to be successful, we have to have people following the guidelines and the standards. And that most people do follow the guidelines and standards in Clovis and in Fresno, but some don't. And all it takes is a couple of rogue operators to ruin it for everybody else. So code enforcement is embraced by the California Restaurant Association. Another important part of this is the county. Fresno County is joining with Fresno City. Chair Buddy Mendez will sign this deal. And there's, a minor miracle in some cases to get the city and the county to work together. But for us to be successful, we need to work together. And one of the things we can do that can directly address this, I don't believe the current data now supports the closing of indoor dining. I think it's other factors. But one way to prove that is our cooperation with the county and our data collection, data analysis, so we can get to the point we can precisely say, this is where the infections are coming from, and not tie into the restaurant business. The city of Clovis will probably join us next week. The city, and I've talked to Drew, the mayor, he's got to go to his council, get approval, but their part of the deal would be they would also enforce code enforcement. So at least we have an even playing field. There's other measures we can take too. I think today, I believe Councilman Carbasi and Chavez will introduce a moratorium on retail rents. That's got to be done as soon as possible, because I believe there's a potential crisis in foreclosures on retail properties, more so, I believe, than rental properties, residential properties in Fresno. And this process is, we're asking to change the state to change its tier system. I can guarantee there are other cities out there, other counties with the same thing, and there's strength in numbers. By us coming together with a united front, we're moving a step in the right direction. And we can ratchet up the heat, we can ratchet up what we do as time goes by, but something's got to be done. And the consequences for a lot of these small businesses, even the ones that don't have liquor licenses in jeopardy, they can get liens, they can get fines. I want to find a path forward for these guys as soon as possible. So is this perfect? No. Is it going to guarantee results? No. But it's a strong step, and it sends a strong message when the city of Fresno, Fresno County, and hopefully the city of Clovis all come together to tackle this problem. And Councilman, as far as I understand your concerns, I've tried to do a balance between the two over the past year. So we're doing this in a safe and responsible manner. We're not just arbitrarily saying open up, we have no data. It's all data driven. But I believe at the end of the day, data will support opening restaurants. So we can't simply start at 25% or 10%. We've got most of these restaurants lose money when they're below 50% on their capacity, and some will lose money at even higher rates. We have to find a logical, safe, and responsible path that gets them there in as soon as possible way by still ensuring the public safety. So I strongly support this resolution and hope we all can work together going into the future. I think we all share the same feeling. We have to, one, keep our population safe, and two, we have to help our small businesses.
Thank you, Mayor. Now I'm going to go out to the public for any comments on this item before we bring it back for a vote. Anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item, please raise your hand. By now, you should be an expert on Zoom. If not, you can press #9 on the phone and we will identify you. We're going to try and limit this to a minute. I hope everybody can make their concise point within that time. First person up is Lisa Flores. You are unmuted. You have the floor.
Good morning. Yes. I just want to reiterate some points. When you continually go out to the public and promote not wearing a mask and promote not following the guidelines, you're promoting the pandemic spread. So shame on you, Mr. Bredefeld. You should be promoting mask wearing so we can open up businesses. Trust me, I want to go out for a taco. I'm getting tired of getting them delivered. And like Nelson, I'm ordering out. I'm dining in, but I'm dining in at my home. And with the ongoing prevalence of COVID still in our community, and with the air quality being as bad as it is, I really can't even go out to throw out my trash at this point. And with the upcoming flu season, I think you're going to see a lot more deaths in Fresno. I think you're going to see a lot more, the economy get worse. But I don't think that opening up the restaurants is the solution at this point. Everything needs to be incremental and it needs to be science-based. Anybody who doesn't believe that is a fool. Thank you.
Next person is Nathan Ali. Nathan, you are unmuted. You have the floor.
Good morning, Council President, members of the Council. My name is Nathan Ali, President and CEO of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Chamber, I'm pleased to support this morning's resolution. We all know the significance of our restaurant industry and its impact on our local economy. Last year, restaurants in Fresno generated $977 million in taxable sales and provided 27,000 jobs for members of our community. And we all want to see our restaurants and really all of our industry sectors reopened as quickly as possible. We really have no choice but to operate within the parameters set forth by the state. That means working together with the county, other cities in the county, and the business community to find solutions within the system. This resolution is a constructive one, and it displays the city's willingness to work with all the necessary parties to get our restaurants open and keep them open in a way that does not jeopardize public health and gets our economy moving again. I urge the council to support this resolution enthusiastically and remain engaged as you all have been to work with one voice to protect the public and protect our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next person is identified online as Chuck. Chuck, you have been unmuted. Chuck, can you hear us? Oh, it looks like you went to Regina.
Hi there. Thank you for this opportunity. You know, I think the most frustrating thing as a citizen, I'm not a business owner, I'm just a citizen. I fully support Mr. Bredefeld's resolutions. And the thing that frustrates me the most is that I still have a job. You guys still have a job. These business owners and their employees are literally hanging on by a thread. But you guys are all about due process. At what point do we simply say, this is not legal, this is unconstitutional? You've taken the right for people to work away. After 6 months, we were supposed to flatten the curve. It's bait and switch. This is not right. And I hope that we have a strong showing on Monday of all the businesses in this community that say, whatever you guys decide, we're opening. Because it's just beyond me that you can sit there and enjoy the benefits that you have of your income and your job.
Can you conclude your comments? All right, next person is Chuck. Chuck, you are being unmuted. You have the floor.
This is Chuck Van Fleet. I'm the president of the California Restaurant Association in Fresno. And the reason I'm on this is because I absolutely support this resolution. I've worked with several people in working with this resolution, and it is a way for us to get open safely. The key to this whole thing is doing it according to the CDC guidelines, making sure that we do it with 6 feet distancing. And we've talked to everybody, a lot of people on this board, about how we will go about doing that. I will work with all the people that are within our association to make sure that we do it correctly. This is something that the restaurants need right now. I talk to people every day that are ready to close their business. They need to get open soon. They need to get open safely. And this is a right step to move all of that indoors so that we can do it correctly.
Thank you, Chuck. Next person is Candace. Candace, you are unmuted. You have the floor.
Hi, thanks for hearing me. I'm a small business owner, hairstylist, 2-person salon suite. We were closed for probably about 6 months. I'd like to ask all of you, how many of you gave up your income during the 6 months? How many of you weren't able to feed your families, operating off very little unemployment and to the tune of 167 a week, while our government could not get it together for 2 minutes to help us? How are you going to help small business owners, ones that are still, because I was able to open 2 weeks ago, but there are still many people, not just the restaurant industry, but manicurists, estheticians. We were all shuttered, told that we could not do our job. Yet retail big box stores were allowed to, but that was okay. There was no risk of spreading the virus. Where's the logic in that?
Next person is Manny. Manny, you're being unmuted. You have a minute to address the council.
Thank you. Well,
We have a little bit of-
here's what I have to say.
Manny,
What I
Manny,
don't quite understand
Manny, give
is
me one
why
second. Manny, can
the
you hear
small
me?
businesses are held hostage to the county, 1 million people. So the behaviors of the million people in our county, how they behave is going to determine if the small business can open. You know, you got all these big box stores that have continued and have never closed, hundreds of people in and out per hour. But yet the small businesses are being blamed that we have to get down to a certain number before you're allowed to open, while the rest of the business world continues and never had to stop. It makes no sense. Why don't you just say all these businesses, bring your stuff outside, Costco, bring all your things that you're going to sell, bring them outdoors every day like we have to do. Lowe's, get all your stuff, bring them in and out, pay the extra labor to get things in, get things out. And now it's even playing fields. Right now, to not allow us to open because of certain numbers in our
Thank you,
entire
Manny.
county is just not right.
Thank you.
Enough is enough.
Next person is Antonio. Antonio, you are being unmuted. You have a minute to address the council.
Hey, thank you for this opportunity. The reason I'm calling is I am a manager of a small gym in Fresno. And, you know, we feel like it's really unfair that not only before the shutdown, we had 2 health code inspections, passed both of them with flying colors. We're going above and beyond to protect our members. We were then forced outside. And then due to the fires, we're now forced to basically shut down complete operation. So we are completely handicapped. We have hundreds of members begging to get back to the gym so they can work on their health. The science does support healthy bodies, prevent infection rates and recovery rates. So the fact that you're not letting the community take care of their health is quite frustrating, and especially as a business owner. So that's all I have to say, and I hope that's something you guys can consider, is that we can take care of our citizens.
Thank you, Antonio. Next person is identified as Galaxy S20. You're being unmuted. Please identify yourself for the record and address the council. Galaxy?
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please identify yourself.
My name's Amor, a Waffle Shop. As far as restaurants not opening, I was in San Francisco this past Monday, and the restaurants in the San Francisco airport, half of them were open with indoor dining, yet we're all supposed to follow the same rules and same guidelines, yet they have the right to operate and we still don't. How would you guys explain that? They're all indoor. Nobody can explain that. Yet we're, being held hostage once again to the rules, and not everybody's on the same playing field. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next person is Tony. Tony, identify yourself for the record. Next, last speaker is identified as Reese. Reese, please identify yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Robert Reese. Thank you guys very much. I just want you guys to know that I'm not a business owner, but I have a friend that is. She's a barber. She's been cutting my hair since I was 15. She was recently put into her family, her 2 grandkids that are 6 and 8. Her daughter went astray, and now she's raising them. Her business is losing a lot of money, and I've seen her cry for the first time because it's hard for her to support her grandkids. This burden was just put on her because she was the only guardian left that these 2 kids had, and now she can't even afford to feed them. You guys got to understand that you guys are affecting not just businesses, families, kids. This is really hurtful. I've tried my best to help her. The community's trying to help her, but we all know that these kids, like, it's hard. It's really hard for someone who thought she was done raising her family, had to take on 2 other kids, and they have nobody else, and her income's all she has. So I just wanted you guys to understand that and hear that. I appreciate you guys. God bless you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I'm seeing some repeat customers, so we're going to skip them and try and get to as many individuals that haven't spoken yet. Next person is Kim. Kim, you're being unmuted.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I'm calling. I do support the businesses. I, like the other few callers, have had no loss of income. I've tried, to do my due diligence in protesting and helping out in any way I can. It's hard to sit here and watch them lose their rights and lose their income, and just there's nothing that they can do. We're actually moving cross country because we can't stand the way that this government in California is now operating. You are losing a lot of taxpayers. I'm actually having to leave my husband here because we still have a home, and we're moving cross country so that our kids can have an education and have in-person, teaching. This Zooming isn't working for my grandchildren, for our kids. So you're losing taxpayers, you're losing, tax-paying citizens, hard workers. You're just going to start losing a lot of people here, and it's just going to be a loss. And as for the other caller who said about Bredfield, about the mask, just want to inform her, not everybody can wear them. And about the gym worker who said about having.
Next person is Julie Glenn. You've been unmuted. Julie, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Now I can. Thank you. You have the floor. Please identify yourself.
My name is Julie Glenn. I have 3 restaurants, and I would like to ask you guys, I'm challenging you to do what Kurt Euler did with Placer County and do your own research and your own data. The facts do not match up what we're being told by our state government. It is incredible when you do your own research. I understand being safe. Nobody is saying that it isn't going to happen to us. So please do us the favor. Somebody appoint one person on your group here to take that information, do it yourself, and see we are no longer a public health department. We are a public COVID department. And the changes can be made if you guys would take a step outside of your box.
Thank you. Next person is Tony Gonzalez. Tony, you're being unmuted. Tony, you're asking to be promoted as a panelist. You can't. You just have to be unmuted. So unmute yourself so you can speak.
Council President, he's using an old version of Zoom that's not compatible, so he won't be able to speak. That's what that message is saying.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and promote him as a panelist, but Tony, just make sure you don't violate any of the protocols. Tony, you should be able to speak now.
Now I'm showing he has no audio available.
All right. Let's just kick him out of a panelist. Gavin, and I'll continue with the other speakers.
Yes, sir.
Next speaker is Kevin.
Yes, my name is Kevin Lisitson. I'm one of the owners of, I have a few restaurants in town. And 2 things. One is back in January, I had a customer come through one of the bars that I own, and he was talking to me about a conversation he had with his wife. The conversation he had with his wife was divorce. And when he left his home, he scooted across the town to be able to hang out with us for a little bit, just to chat with us. And when he did, I had a good conversation with him, calming him down and going over what had happened throughout the course of his day. And it was extremely a stressful for him. And it was a couple of days after that, he came back into the restaurant with his wife, and they decided not to get a divorce, and they were able to work it out. Those are the types of things that are being missed in our community. And as for you guys, I just want to give you some peace of mind. I know I'm not the overall taker here when it comes to things, but the challenge that you have in front of you right now is not these people that are passing away and that will continue to pass away. It's not your responsibility. It's not on your heart. It's not on your shoulders. This is a part of life. It's the process of being born and essentially at one point of our time passing away. So appreciate all you guys. Understand that we are the people and there's more than one thing for you guys to consider. Thank you.
Council President, you were mute.
Sorry. Next person is Renee. Renee, you have the floor.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, super. Okay, excellent. Good morning. Thank you guys so much for letting me speak. I just wanted to say that I love Fresno. I'm from Fresno, born and raised. I've lived elsewhere in the state. I came back home in 2012 because there's nowhere else that I want to be. My husband and I have had discussions recently about if California is for us anymore. And something my father-in-law said that's very wise is he said, "Where does God have me?" So we've thought about that, we've prayed about it, and we've decided that God has us here in Fresno, and it's because of our community. And my husband and I have been so blessed to be able to have our jobs and to have our incomes throughout this entire ordeal. And every day we just thank God for being able to still work. And my husband's in the real estate industry, and most people that are selling their houses right now are leaving the state. Like somebody said earlier, they're leaving Fresno, they're leaving California, they're taking their dollars and they're going to states that have more access to openness and more access to be able to conduct business and have livelihoods. And we've committed to staying here in Fresno, but we're committing to stay here to make Fresno a better place. And that can only happen if businesses can resume as they were prior to this ordeal. We've done what we were told to do the first couple weeks. Everybody here in Fresno was on board. Everybody was okay with, quote, flattening the curve and giving our healthcare workers time to get ready. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Earl. Earl, you are unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Can you hear us, Earl?
Hello?
There you go. We can hear you perfectly. Proceed, please.
Hi. My name's Earl. I just want to give you an aspect of my opinion. I'm a route sales guy. I drive a truck all day long. I deal with multiple restaurant owners and different businesses throughout Fresno, all different industries. It's not just restaurants still affected by this. So many people are out of work. So many restaurants are failing. I've had restaurants that were open for 2 months that I don't even know how they're still open now when you have 2 people coming into the restaurant for lunch and dinner. And with the air quality and everything going out right now, I'm telling you guys, these more businesses are going to fail, and they're going to fail rapidly if we don't figure out something to do. I don't know what the solution is, but I know keeping these businesses handcuffed, and it's your guys' job to figure something out for all of us. If you're going to handcuff us, you guys need to figure out a way to get a key to unhandcuff us all. So
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Be safe on the travel. Next person is Chris. Chris, you are unmuted. You have the floor. Please identify yourself.
My name is Chris Chacon.
Proceed, please.
First off, thank you for hearing me out. I had the joy of traveling outside of the state of California recently, specifically to the state of Colorado, where they have opened up their restaurants. And I have been able to see that it has been, it's been a great experience. I mean, people are taking precautions over there as well. And you do have restaurant owners that'll flat out tell you, if we see you without your mask, if you're not following the rules, you will be escorted out of the restaurant. And I do feel that if we take the same approach, we can find a way to make this work and be able to open up our restaurants and keep people from moving out of town or out of state and having to close up shop.
Thank you, Chris. The next person is Carrie. Carrie, please identify yourself. You have a minute to address the council.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing me. My name is Carrie Mason. I'm a small business owner here in Fresno. And I think I'll just reiterate what everybody else is saying. This is very, very, very difficult for us. We have 2 mortgages, 2 rents, and we cannot pay them. Half my staff is gone. I have a burden to keep not only my own family in business, but those of my staff who come in and work tirelessly, those few that I can afford. I've worked probably 90 hours myself this week because I can't afford to pay somebody else to do it. And I am freaking tired of it. I'm tired of my life, liberty, and my pursuit being taken away by people who will still get a paycheck. You guys need to do something for us. Let us open.
Thank you, Carrie. Next person is William French. Please identify yourself, and you have a minute to address the council. William?
Yes. My name's William French. I'm not a business owner, but I'm just a regular citizen. And I just want to say, as a combat veteran, and we need to reopen the gyms that people need to deal with the stresses of day-to-day life. And for us to not be able to do that, I feel it's putting a lot of stress on individuals that usually get their stress out in the gyms. And like myself goes to Camp Fresno Transformation Center, and they do a very good job at sanitizing and cleaning everything from class to class. And I don't see why we can't reopen the gyms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Paul Watson. You have the floor. Please identify yourself.
Thanks. I'm Paul Watson. I own a small business, and I think I just want to point out that it just is mind-boggling to me when we ignore the fact that all of these large corporations have been opened for, they've never closed. There seems to be no spike in Walmart, Costco, any of these large corporations' employees having to go to the hospital, dying. There is no need to lock down and take away people's ability to earn a living, people's ability to own a business, and people's ability to provide for their families. So it just seems like this is not matching up with actual science. Out of 1 million people, 350 people sadly have died. But even if you look at the CDC's own reporting where they said about 2 weeks ago, only 6% of the deaths nationwide have been purely from those that have only suffered from COVID. So underlying conditions, people with underlying conditions, they can take extra precautions. Our, seniors and people that we love that have compromised immune systems take extra precautions. But to take away our freedoms is absolutely wrong. It's unconstitutional. And
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah. So
thank you.
Do the right thing.
Thank you, Paul. Last speaker for this item will be Nick Valdez. You have been unmuted.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, or a few of you keep referring to, we will be opening safely in about a week or two. As Paul stated, and I'm not going to reiterate too much, but I actually drove around to the Walmarts and Targets and Costco's and asking them how many people have died from this store. Not one in Fresno, Sanger, Madera have stated anyone has died. I have seen hundreds of people walk in those stores without masks. Not one person has died. Also, I own a limo company locally in Fresno, and I've had to pay my insurance company $4,000 a month for the last 5 months, and I'm closing it down now with zero help. The state has given me no money. You guys have given me no money. So I'm asking you guys, since you guys want to keep it closed and not help us, how can you guys help me out by giving me some money to reopen my limo company? I've applied for every single loan and they've denied me. So I'm wondering if you guys are willing to give up your paychecks to help me out, because all these other states are open right now. There's maybe 1 or 2 that aren't. Even New York opened. And I just don't get that you guys aren't fighting for us to open up, because we're going down. And if we go down, you guys go down.
Thank you, Nick. I'm going to bring it back to the council for final comments by the members who haven't spoken on this item yet. I think that's you, Councilwoman Soria, and myself, and then we'll go for a roll call.
Thank you, Council. Miguel, I want to speak again.
Let me try to finish this up, Gary. I think we've given you significant time.
No, I want to speak again, Miguel. I want to speak again.
Well, you're taking up my time, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Council President. And, I want to thank my colleagues who brought forward this resolution for being thoughtful, along with the mayor. I appreciate the comments that have been made through the item, and I appreciate the business owners and the community speaking out. I also, appreciate Councilmember Esparza's comments, and I think that there is some truth to what happened a few months ago. But one of the reasons that I will say that I will support the resolution today is that back when we made some decisions earlier in the spring, I don't think that we had put in place the mechanisms and the resources to address some of the challenges that we've had to address over the last few months when it came to testing, when it came to having additional PPE for our business owners. So putting in place the mechanism and somewhat of a safety net to alleviate the issues that we began to see. So I look forward to working with my colleagues, the mayor, the county, to make sure that as we move forward in opening our economy, because I know that folks are struggling out in our community, that we do it in a safe manner. And I think that that's fundamental in what we do. Even though we are not public health experts, we are listening to our public health experts who understand the impacts of not being thoughtful and careful as we go back to some level of normalcy. I will, just caution everyone. I think that level of normalcy that we all expect is going to be way different than, prior to March of 2020. So I do want to remind everyone out there that as we do move forward in trying to open our economy, that people must continue to follow those safe guidelines to ensure that not only are you protecting yourself, but that you're not infecting other people. And I think that we have to all have some self-responsibility when it comes to that. Again, I appreciate everyone's work on this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria, Councilmember Bradfield, and then Councilmember Carbasi, and we'll finish up with the vote.
Okay, thank you very much. A couple of things. Councilmember Chavez, who I have tremendous respect for, said that my resolution in terms of opening up the businesses today would place them at jeopardy. There would be a conflict certainly with the state. That's why we need to push back. It doesn't place them at any more jeopardy than they are when they have to shut their business down and close it for good, which is what several have done in our community already. That's the worst thing of all, is that they shut down because they're not allowed to be open. And we know that 30 to 50% of these businesses are already going to shut down permanently. So that doesn't help them at all by continuing to wait and ask Newsom to open things up. Let me say this very clearly. There's no data that supports these decisions by Governor Newsom to shut down restaurants, businesses, hair salons, gyms, museums. There's no data at all, none. It's arbitrary. He arbitrarily makes these decisions. He cannot contact trace back to a restaurant. As it was said, Home Depot, Walmart, Lowe's, airlines where you're sitting shoulder to shoulder, that's going on. So there's no data for any of this. It's just determined by one man. And other states, other cities, other nations have opened up. They've opened up without having any of the difficulties that people are fearing. Placer County, their supervisors voted to open up in spite of Governor Newsom. And we are not all in this together because, as many people said, government officials get their checks every 2 weeks. You've not been impacted by the 6 months or your policies at all. People have been because they're not receiving their money. And, I want to say something also. We're relying on a governor who, as part of the pandemic and his policies, have released 20,000 criminals, homeless on the highways. We can't remove them. These are the decisions he's made, along with closing businesses that are destructive, that are hurting our city, where we're having shootings every day. And homeless are up in encampments, burrowed into the highways, making our city look like a complete disgrace and having it be unsafe and a health hazard. This is the man that we're relying on to determine whether a restaurant can open. I mean, if you're serious about fighting back and supporting your constituents, my resolutions, opening up businesses, following the CDC guidelines, just like Walmart and Home Depot, that's going to help them. That's going to help them. That's the only way we can do this. So my resolution doesn't jeopardize it. Doing this continues the punishment and the pain that you're hearing from people on the phone. And it isn't just about restaurants. It's about lots of businesses that have been shut down. So I understand that this gives the impression that something's being done, but nothing's being done. And people are still going to suffer. And in essence, what's happening is people are going to come together and ask nicely for the governor to open up and violate his own four-color, four-tier system that now has once again changed. And lastly, and I appreciate the time, Lisa Flores continues to say, I tell people not to wear masks. That's a lie. That's false. I've never told people not to wear masks. So the reality is people need to protect themselves, use good judgment. And finally, this is about also opening up schools and churches. My resolution was fighting and filing a lawsuit. Our children are being hurt terribly by these lockdowns. We have an obligation as city council members who care about what's happening in our school with our educational system. I don't know about you, but I get calls every day from parents in tears about the impact, the terrible impact this is having on their children. Depression, anxiety, social isolation, in high schools, more suicidal ideation, sexual and physical abuse not being detected because kids aren't in school, kids from impoverished backgrounds falling further behind. We all ought to care about that. We all ought to push back, and we ought to follow the lead of Emmanuel Schools and keep fighting to open up the schools for these kids. There's low transmission rates. We talk about data. Low transmission rates. These kids need to be in school. I appreciate the extra time.
Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield. We'll go, Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate the comments of my colleagues, council members Esparza and Bredefeld. And I think that, you know, you represent the different views of a lot of the people that have called today. The thing is, there's a lot of frustration out there, and I understand that. But I feel that we have a responsibility to do everything we can to ensure we can get back to normal for all our communities as fast as we can. A couple of things I want to go over. Number one is a majority of Fresno's businesses are authorized and are opened. It doesn't mean that they're not feeling the pressure because we've taken a financial hit. We're going to for a while, but they're not shut down. Now, our restaurants, our nail salons, our barbershops, they've been taken an especially hard hit, unfortunately, because of this pandemic. Another thing is, a lot of the things that we're doing, and it's not just this one bill, there's a lot of other things we've done to support business. But what we have at the table are the Chamber of Commerce, restaurants, small businesses, and the California Restaurant Association. It's not just a bunch of policymakers saying this is the policy. It is the business community telling us what they need, and we're crafting a policy. This was done in cooperation with them, and that's why I'm supporting this process. That's really, really important. It's driven by the business owners in this community. The other thing I want to talk about is the level of unfairness. You know, COVID, the fires, the previous economic situation we've had in this community, it's unfair. It is. I mean, imagine if you're a senior, God forbid something happens to you, you have to go to the hospital. You know, you can't have your loved ones visit you because there's a spread of a pandemic. It's very unfair. It's unfair if you're a farm worker and have to go out there and work and you're at risk. It's unfair if you're a business owner and your livelihood's at risk. We understand that, and no one's discounting that. The last thing I want to say is there was a couple of questions asked. How are we going to help? That is a fair question. So we know there are state programs, there are federal programs. I want to go over just a few of the things this city has done. And when I mention these policies, a lot of these policies, it's not just something you write on paper, it takes a lot of work and time. So Councilmember Soria worked on the Parklet program, which you can see businesses and restaurants right now expanding their footprint to have more dining for residents. We worked on the Save Our Small Businesses Act that injected millions of dollars to keep our businesses afloat into this community. And businesses throughout the entire city and every district were touched by this program. We've deferred water shutoffs during this pandemic because we know it's a difficult time. We've had mortgage and rent relief for residents throughout this city. We've had food programs. We have the SAFER program I'm going to talk about later today during council comments. And that program not only provides balanced groceries for seniors, it also uses some of our CARES money to support creating jobs. So the businesses that see their employees on unemployment or losing their livelihoods have a chance to actually get them back to work. And they're also doing a public service. So, and I know there are more programs, my colleagues are free to chime in about that, but we are working. And there are comments made about, government employees are getting paid. Let me just make one thing very clear. I understand that narrative. I can't speak for other cities. I can't speak for the state or the federal government, but I can tell you that in the city of Fresno, and I want the city employees watching to hear this, we are working double time. I get paid by the people of Fresno, and I'm honored to serve as your council member. But that money is, you expect me to work hard. That's why I've put some of these bills together. That's why my colleagues and I are working double time to ensure you continue to have garbage service, public safety, police and fire, your parks are maintained, your roads are maintained. We are still open for business because those services are essential to you. But if anyone, whether it's the state, local, or federal government, wants to make that point, that's fair. You are free to give up your salary. I'm working for the money you pay me, and I'm working double time, and you deserve nothing less. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And I encourage my colleagues to please support this bill as it is supported by the California Restaurant Association, local businesses, and the Chamber of Commerce. And we have another bill coming forward that's going to provide eviction protection for our small businesses, including our restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. And let me just finish off this conversation with a couple of my comments. You know, as Councilmember Carbazzi noted, some of us have been burning the midnight oil for quite some time, you know, ever since March. I can see the wear and tear on everybody who is doing exactly that. Our public health officials, our county folks, and on top of all the pandemic, we also got fires that our firefighters and first responders are having to do double duty on. And quite frankly, it's getting exhausting to hear the same agenda repeated every day. Attack Governor Newsom while ignoring the failure of President Trump and his fake leadership. You know, my colleague's proposal asks business owners to engage in a kamikaze approach that will only further kill my Latino community, because the record is clear and the data is clear and the funerals are crystal clear that COVID, we in the Latino community have suffered the major consequences of COVID in mortality and deaths. And I'm not gonna, you know, these are folks who cannot stay home, who are not trying to go to the gym to work out. These are the folks who are picking the crops, cooking the food, and serving you in these restaurants. They have no other option. And you're absolutely right. They all have pre-existing conditions, because guess what? We live in one of the most polluted basins in the country, no fault of their own. So this resolution that asks our businesses to engage in the kamikaze approach that simply kills my community, I'm not going to stand silently and watch this same false narrative continue. This resolution that the mayor, the council members, and as I would classify the grown-ups, brings together the city, the county, the state, with the leadership and behind following the guidance of public health officials. It's the right thing to do. It's a responsible thing to do. It's what we're expected to do as public servants. When you have a human crisis like the Creek fires in this county, you follow the advice of the firefighters. In this health pandemic, we need to continue to follow the advice of Dr. Vorag, not of politicians talking to the echo chamber of talk radio. Everybody is suffering. Some of us are dying as a result of this pandemic. We're not simply looking for a bailout or a check or anything. And the impact that the business community has had is real. And we've tried our darnest to provide them direct relief. We've tried our darnest to waive all the statutory requirements for them to do business in outdoors. We have tried to move their projects through City Hall as fast as possible. We haven't been silently. Frankly, most of this council and the mayor have earned their minimal check that we get during this pandemic for the 20 hours that we're putting in a day, trying to provide relief. So I'm not gonna entertain any more of this exhausting, narrative that simply engages in attacking and calling the governor and attempting to rewrite the narrative of who the public health officials are during this pandemic. I'm going to continue to listen to Dr. Vorag, his guidance, and not any particular politician who simply wants a headline during this pandemic. We're not going to engage in that. And with that, I'll call for a vote.
Member, Council President.
Council Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you. I really appreciate all that I've heard. Excuse me, I'm sheltering in, having a hard time breathing because of the air quality of the fires. But I listen, it's an honor for me to work with you and our colleagues. You've all broached different angles and subject matter to address this horrible, horrible situation we're in. And I appreciate that. And I really, really mean it's an honor to serve with you all. I've served with a lot of council members, and we've thoroughly discussed, analyzed, adjusted to the program, talked to the community, talked to businesses. I just want to confirm the things that all of you have said, and I'm proud to be part of that. Gary, I think you have a good heart. I think your rhetoric is harmful, but that's just my opinion. We had this conversation the other day when you asked me to support your position. I had other words, but out of statesmanship, I'll keep those to myself. So with that in mind, I appreciate all the comments starting from Member Chavez right down to you. Thank you so much for the hard work, diligence you put in. Like I said, I've been through a lot of council members. You guys are working your tails off. We all are, including the mayor and his team. So I'm ready to vote. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Mayor, do you have a final word before we take the vote?
Yes. Just to let you guys know that I've received a text from the governor's office about 15 minutes ago wanting to get a copy of the letter. So somebody's listening. And I agree with the statements about the hypocrisy of who gets in and who gets out. And I said it before, there's only one way to solve that problem, and that's to have better data collection and analysis so we can precisely identify where the source is coming from and not just treat one size fits all for the entire county. And the only thing that's worse than no hope is false hope. We need to work together, all of us together. We all understand the problem from both sides. And I appreciate all the comments from the council member. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Nay.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Nelson said aye. Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. Thank you, City Clerk. Council, that concludes our special meeting. We will now engage into an official roll call of the regular scheduled Thursday, September 17th council meeting. City Clerk, please roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Esparza? Councilmember Carbasi?
Present.
Councilmember Soria?
Here.
Council Vice President Caprielio?
Here.
President Arias?
Here. Gavin, do we have the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Gavin?
All right, looks like we have a little video hiccup. So I hope you guys all pledge allegiance to the flag in your own little space. Thank you. We're gonna move on to clerk. Is there any changes to the agenda, please? Clerk, you're on mute.
Okay, we'll start with item 1B as in boy. The item has 3 subsections, and subsection 2 and 3 are going to be continued to October 15th, 2020. Item 1C is in Charlie, a resolution claiming funds of $467,374.35 for still dated uncashed utility customer refund checks. That item should be subject to the mayor's veto. Item 1K as in kite is a bill granting a non-exclusive roll-off franchise for roll-off collection within the city of Fresno. And this item is not subject to the mayor's veto as indicated on the agenda. Item 1Q is the sale of Pride Park. That item is being removed from the agenda. The 10 o'clock number 2 item, continued hearing regarding Community Facility District 9 Annexation 46 has been continued to October 29th, 2020. The 10:05 item, continued hearing pertaining to Sierra Sky Park is continued to October 15th, 2020. The 10:10 item, Continued hearing to reconsider the adoption of the plan amendment is being continued to October 15th at 10:05 a.m. And let's see, item 4D is in David, a resolution adopting an anti-oppressive government act is not subject to the mayor's veto as indicated on the agenda. And the last change is item 1R, as in Robert. The ordinances or bill is being amended to add the language to the bill except for subsections A, B, C, and O below. And that's in the third paragraph of the bill.
I'm sorry, City Clerk, it's A, B, and and O below.
No,
A,
not
B, and
C.
O.
Okay, A, B, and O. Thank you. Those are all the changes I have.
Thank you. City Attorney, do we have any items to read into the record?
That was it. Thank you.
That was it. Thank you. Do council members have any changes to the agenda at this time?
Council President, did item Q get removed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any changes?
Motion to approve. Motion to
Hold on.
approve.
Give me a second, Council Vice President. I have Councilmember Esparza. You have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to remove 4 items. Those will be items 1O, 1, 4D, 4E.
Well, you're gonna have to go a little slower. What is it?
Repeat that, please.
All right, so 1O,
Uh-huh.
1P as in Paul,
Okay.
4D as in dog, and 4E.
Thanks.
All right, so I just want to, for the record, be clear with the council. The items being removed by Councilmember Esparza are items 1O is the Open City Hall Public Act, 1P, the whatever hotline, 4D, the Anti-Government Act, and 4E, the Small Freedom Act.
I'd like to make a motion to keep those on the agenda.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to keep those items on the agenda?
While I will not vote for most of them, second.
So there's a second? All right, let's do roll call and keeping those items on the agenda.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Esparza.
Nay.
Councilmember Carbasi.
I have a question, point of order. Should we be voting on each of these because Councilmember Carbasi
One
said,
motion for all of them.
well, I'm asking the city attorney.
You may make a motion to treat them separately or collectively. It's up to you.
I'm going to vote yes on this motion, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so I would like to make the motion that they be separated.
Is there a
So-
second to separate the items?
I'd prefer to do them all together.
Okay,
You want to do them all together?
It's
yeah,
fine.
Okay.
all right.
Do them all together.
So continue with the roll call. The roll call is to keep the items on the agenda. Roll call, a yes vote keeps it on the agenda, a no vote keeps it off the agenda. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Esparza.
Nay.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria. She's absent.
No.
Oh, thank you. Council Vice President Capriolio.
No.
Council President Arias.
No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. The items are off the agenda. Any other items to be removed from the agenda from the council? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Question, so that's separate than pulling an item up for the,
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. All right, motion by Council Vice President Capriolo, second by Member Soria to approve the agenda as amended. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld.
yeah, this is to approve the agenda
As
Yes.
amended, yes.
as amended, no.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
Approved, that's amended.
All right. The agenda is approved. Now we will move on to ceremonial presentations. Council, I just have a very brief presentation today honoring the 25th anniversary of Jesuit Zeke Car Day, which the neighborhood park on Clayton and Broadway is named after. So with that, I just want to recognize the naming and the passing of the individual who passed away 25 years ago. He was a well-respected advocate for human rights and a community leader. We do have Deep Singh as a panelist to say a few words. Deep, you have the floor.
Good morning, Honorable City Council and fellow residents of the City of Fresno. I just wanted to really just express my appreciation, gratitude for recognizing this particular individual just once in Colorado. I really think it's a celebration for the values of the entire city. Just once in Colorado was over 25 years ago, just on September 6th, where, he was essentially lost his life merely for speaking truth to power, especially for a government that did not want to hear it. He's extremely widely regarded as a leader who stood with conviction to speak truth to power. So I just wanted to thank you all on behalf of the Sikh community, on behalf of the Chicano movement, and on behalf of sort of fellow residents in Fresno. I wanted to thank, of course, President Arias and Councilmember Soria for leading it. Of course, Councilmember Chavez, Bredefeld, and Capriolio, who voted to name the first park actually within the United States after a Sikh figure, and especially such a renowned one. And of course, Councilmembers Esparza and Carbasi for your continued support. Thank you all, and look forward to talking to you all soon.
Thank you, Deep. With that, Council, I'd like to end the ceremonial part of the presentation, and we're going to proceed with closed session. So we'll see you in closed session in about 2 minutes. You should have the link to the closed session Zoom conference on your calendar. Legal counsel, do we expect any action from closed session?
No, but I'll go ahead and announce it if you'd like.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, first we have anticipated litigation concerning Leadership Council, also all labor units, public security, and then real property negotiation concerning 1625 G Street.
Great, thank you. All right, council, we'll see you in a bit in closed session. City Clerk, as we wait, can we do a mic check with your office and City Attorney?
Testing.
Hear me? Perfect. City Manager's Office, can you do a mic check, Aldi?
Can you hear me?
Nope.
Perfect. Thank you.
Now we can.
She's less perky now.
Coffee wore off.
Good for all of us. All right. Looks like we have myself and Councilmember Esparza are the only ones on time so far. So we'll wait a couple of minutes.
Notice the city clerk and I are always on time.
Yeah, it must be all those cupcakes that they gave you for your birthday, Doug.
Yeah, I'm wired up now.
Yeah, I hope you do understand that you're supposed to share that with your council colleagues.
If you can find them. I'm surprised you knew about that.
I know about everything, Doug.
Uh-oh.
These walls, they leak. Hey, Aldi, since you're our IT person, are you online?
What?
Can you find out who got mad at the Fresno Bee that the Fresno Bee website is now blocked from our server?
Fresno Bee website has malware on it, so it's blocked until the Fresno Bee is able to remove the malware from their site.
Oh, no, hold on a second. Where's Gary? Hold on a second.
Who did that? Was that Gary?
No, this is Gavin.
No, but who installed the malware? Was that Gary?
No comment.
All right, can you, Fresno Bee, can y'all get it fixed? I want to be able to catch up on my daily news. All right, we have Councilmember Soria online, Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Esparza.
Council President, we'll remove the malware from the Fresno Bee as part of the remediation process.
Okay. All right,
Council
Council Vice
President.
President Capriolio's online.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else online?
Yes, Councilwoman Soria, Councilmember Carbasi, and Councilmember Esparza. Council, I'm going to go ahead and proceed with beginning the meeting. I know Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Butterfield are probably doing competing interviews out in the press, so we're going to let them continue that for a bit while we continue with our council meeting today.
What offices are they running for? I forgot.
All right, Councilor Esparza, can you go on screen and make sure that we hear you clearly and see you? All right, perfect. Councilmember Carbasi, we're ready to start. Are you ready? All right, Council, I'm going to go ahead and begin the meeting officially at 2:02. We have a quorum present. So let's begin with, I'm going to go to consent calendar and then come back to council member reports and comments. Hopefully by then we'll get some of these folks online. Next is the consent calendar. Is there any items that need to be pulled from consent for consideration separately? I don't have any of my notes listed. Council members, do you have any items to pull from consent?
I do.
Councilwoman?
I wanted to pull item 1C.
Okay. Councilmember Vice President Capro, would you like to make a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll
All right.
second.
It's been moved and seconded by Member Esparza to approve the remainder portion of the consent calendar. I will now go to the public for any comments on the consent calendar and anything, and for unscheduled oral communication. Is there anybody in the public wishing to address the consent calendar or any oral unscheduled oral communications? If so, raise your hand. You'll have a minute to address the council. Brandy, you have been identified. You have the floor.
Hi, I just wanted to, well, I was going to comment on 2 items that you guys removed and want to thank Esparza for that. I didn't have I'll address those, and since I didn't have a chance to during the special meeting, just add on things that I appreciate what you guys are doing to keep us safe in the midst of COVID. I know that I appreciate the difficulty with that and the work that that both you and the state are dealing with. I agreed with some of the statements with Nelson said earlier that we could have been better and been opened if we had followed the guidance earlier. And I understand the concerns from the community, and I appreciate the actions that you guys have been taking, both to help our local businesses, but also to do it in line with keeping us safe. Certainly our lives, I mean, lives are not just a necessary collateral. It's an important thing to protect our health system and the vulnerable people in the community. I appreciate that with the City Hall that there's a lot of people who are vulnerable and would not be able to go into City Hall at this time.
Thank you, Brandy.
So thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, I'll bring it back to the council. The motion on the floor is to approve the remainder of the consent items except for item 1C as in cat. There's been a motion by member Caprioli, second by member Esparza. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio.
Yes.
And President Arias.
Yes.
I'm
The
here.
consent calendar.
I got you.
Okay.
We got you, Gary. All right, the consent calendar is approved. Now we go to item 1C as in can. Councilwoman Soria, you had the question on this item?
Yeah, so thank you, Council President. I just had some concerns in terms of the notification for the claiming of the funds. I know that we did the minimum notification requirement, which was post on the Business Journal. I don't know how many of my council colleagues actually read the Business Journal. So you
Can
can-
I get just a point of order for just a second? Did you already approve the agenda, the council items with any that are pulled?
Yes.
Was R pulled?
No.
Can I pull that at this point or no?
Can we bring it back to consideration?
I was told you can't do that. Somebody can do a motion for reconsideration.
Can I make the motion? Or
Somebody on the prevailing side. So if you voted yes on approving the consent calendar, then you can make the motion.
okay, so I would just ask, could we somebody do that so I get some questions answered on R?
Is there a second to a motion to reconsider item 1R?
Who is the motion?
Bredefeld.
No, I can't make the motion.
He can't make the motion. Procedurally, he can't make the.
We have no motion then. All right, seeing none, we'll continue on item 1C. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Okay, so back to some of the concerns that I have. I don't know if the city staff wants to present on this item, but essentially, just so that my colleagues know, there is I think close to $500,000 that have been unclaimed, and the minimum notification was met, legal notification requirement, before we take the money and put it into our general fund. What I'm concerned is that individuals actually don't really read the Business Journal, and they wouldn't know. And there are folks like El Concilio who is owed who has an unclaimed check of $1,000. There's Roosevelt Youth Soccer League who is owed or has a $350 check. Pedal Junkies, another nonprofit, $250. Fresno Unified Scholarship Fund, $1,000. And so these unclaimed checks, or folks may not be aware. In addition, there's like a long list of folks that may have also unclaimed checks from the utilities. And I know that to us, it may seem minimal, $50, $80, but in this day and age where folks are struggling, if that money is, is unclaimed and they knew about it and could claim it. So I would motion that we table this for now and figure out a better way of notifying folks that these dollars are out there outstanding and that can be claimed before we take it into the general fund.
I will second your motion. I was unaware of all those that we only do advertise in the Business Journal.
And it's only in English, so I don't know if there's a better way of notifying folks and if the city staff can work on.
So Councilwoman, before we go to staff, I'm going to go to the public really quick. Just bear with me. Anybody in the public wishing to address the council on item 1C as in cat? It's the claiming the funds of $467,374.35 to be redirected back to the general fund. I see nobody from the public. We'll bring it back to the council. There's been a motion. It's been seconded. Is there questions from the council?
Can I chime in now?
Yes, now you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, let me clarify a few things. First off, the money's not going to the general fund. Let's start with that. It's going to 4 different utility funds. What these represent are old deposits that were for utilities that people left. And when they left, they either gave us an incorrect forwarding address or they gave us some incorrect information. We could not get that, get the payment to them. And so it came back to us and it has been sitting ever since. So it is not going, again, it's not going into the general fund. So let's start with that. It was not just printed in English. It was also printed in Spanish. We ran it, we've run it 3 times in Vida on El Valle. So there is, so we have done outreach. The minimum standard is to print it over a 2-week period. So you print it on one day and then you print it the same day 2 weeks later. In our case, we print on a Wednesday. We printed on Wednesday one day and we did it a second day. We went above that and we printed it another 2 times after that. And then we've had it on the city's website since February. So, so we went above and beyond the minimum level of outreach that was needed. Again, this money's not going to the general fund. That's per council action that was done in December of last year. And we believe we have done, again, I need to mention one other thing. These checks are between 4 to 20 years old. It's going to be very hard to find anyone probably that is not out there or that may get this money. Is there some that possibly could? Yeah, possibly. But I would say the vast majority of these, we would not be able to find them. And so at this point, we are, staff is recommending that we exercise the legal process that that is afforded to us in order to pull these monies back into the city. And that is what our recommendation is at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I was just promoting Councilman.
Mike, thank you for providing that information. The only thing, yes, it's on the website, but if you don't know where to find or how to find this information. So I can tell you, like I named, this is just a handful. El Concilio, who's a nonprofit, Roosevelt Youth Soccer League, Pedal Junkies, Fresno Unified Scholarship Fund. So, just off the top of my, head, going through the list, the first few, those were some of the folks that I know. And so I don't really know if they know that, that there's unclaimed dollars there that they could claim. And then, so I'm concerned if your recommendation is to move forward, I can't support it at this moment.
Okay.
And I would submit to you guys that we need to figure out a better way so folks can claim their money.
So council, I think it's fair to say that the legal notification process has been met. The question is whether the council would like additional outreach done to notify some of these folks that may have checks sitting here, given, everybody's pretty hard up on money at this time during the pandemic. So what's the will of the council? The motion on the table now is to table this item and bring it back. Is there interest in having staff go back and do some additional publication and outreach?
Council Vice President, no.
Thank you. Any other folks, or would you prefer to go to a vote?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't hurt to do some extra outreach. If we had to wait a couple more weeks, I'd be fine with that.
And maybe if you guys want to put on a banner on the front page of our website that it says if there's an unclaimed, so people know. But I've shared it today on my social media. Colleagues, you guys can share it as well, but I think that we should allow for additional time.
Okay, my only question is, staff, is there any timing issue that would be disastrous for us to wait a couple more weeks to approve this October 15th?
No.
All right. So the motion is to table the item for the October 15th council meeting and do some additional outreach so people can know that there's funds available that they can ask for back. Let's go to a roll call, please.
Council President.
Yes.
So who's going to do the outreach? It seems like Mr. Lima's team has done the outreach that is required and legal and procedurally correct. Does that mean the council members are going to reach out and do this, or what can Mike Lima do that's not been done, or is it incumbent upon the council members to approach the people that live in their districts that may be involved in this? I don't know how we're going to execute that in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
I think, Council Vice President, what I'm hearing is putting this prominently on the city website in the front page, having council members individually push it out to their respective constituents on social media. It might be worth putting it on the city's social media accounts. And I think that's the extent of the additional outreach. I don't think there's anything that we're asking that would incur additional cost or significant impact to city time.
Thank you for that information. I would support the motion then.
Okay, with that, there's a motion, there's a second. Let's proceed with the roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio.
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. All right, thank you, Controller, for your time, and we'll be back on October 15th with this item. In the meantime, Council, we encourage you to share it with your constituents and encourage the city staff to put it on the city social media sites and on the city website. With that, Council, I'm going to revert back to Council comments. I skipped it since we didn't have a full Council yet. So we're up to Council member reports and comments. We'll start off with Council member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple things that I wanted to just share for the public and thank the staff that has been working on this with Councilmember Arias and I. The Palm and Belmont Protected Bikeway was just awarded or granted the $1.4 million in state funding, which will later come to the council, but we're extremely excited about getting this done on Palm Avenue. There's some work to be done so that we can get the county on board, but excited that that first phase is going to become a reality. Also, just wanted to let folks know that our office is still working, doing community engagement to get input on the design for the Milburn and Dakota Park west of the 99. There is a Build a Park activity. We're working with the Parks Department. We are accepting input and it's open from now until September 25th. So we're encouraging folks from the community, especially those that live west of the 99, to participate and give us your input as to what you want to see in this future park. I also want to recognize that September 15th we kicked off what is known as the Latino or Hispanic Heritage Month, and it runs through October 15th. I know that we didn't do a resolution this year just because of the pandemic, but I think that it is an important time to recognize and appreciate our Latinos that live in the city of Fresno and recognize the important contributions of folks in our community, especially right now during COVID. I'd like to take a moment to recognize all our Latino immigrants, those farm workers that are toiling 7 days a week, many countless hours, so that you and I and everyone else in our community has food on their table. So I think it's appropriate to recognize all of those Latino workers and the essential workers. And then lastly, I just wanted to inquire about a couple things to our city manager and the staff. I know that I've received a number of inquiries for the tower, the bike unit and its presence. So I don't know if you guys can just give us an update on kind of the patrolling. I know that we put in a request. I know that there's other areas of the city of Fresno that has similar units, but just wanted to get an update on that because we've had some issues, especially with the parklets, and I want to make sure that we have presence enough so that vandalism is minimized in the area. Can anyone respond to that?
I can talk to Chief Hall and we can be in touch with you.
Perfect.
I know that our resources have been limited based upon all of our calls for service and crime that's happening in the city, but I can reach out to Chief Hall and we will circle back with your office by early next week.
Thank you. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, one, because I've gotten a lot of concerns with nuisance and RV parking or encampments. And I know that Code had stopped doing some enforcement when it comes to these RVs and encampments. They're becoming significantly nuisance. I understand there's some COVID concerns, and then I understand also that some enforcement was limited after the fires because we saw that there are some folks that obviously were displaced and are living in RVs. But this is not the case. We've reported some issues in my district. I just want to make sure that those are getting taken care of.
Council member, we just discussed that at noon. Code enforcement is going to be out. To the extent we can, we're directing them to evacuation centers that would be more appropriate to put their motorhomes. And so we will be following up, especially on the locations that you identified.
Yeah, and I think at least the ones that we had identified weren't related to the fires. I know that we were trying to be sensitive to those that are being displaced by the fires, but I do think that it also warrants this council to at some point have a conversation if we're going to have a safe place where people can park their RVs that do live in RVs, just because they are essentially parking in various vacant lots and becoming nuisances to neighborhoods. I think then just want to make an announcement. I know that my office is working with the city staff. We're trying to do a procurement workshop. You guys have heard me in previous council meetings talk about the importance of focusing with trying to help our local businesses, so hopefully get some of the contracts and focusing on, our local folks here. And so I know that we're going to be working with Fresno Purchasing, with the various chambers, the Fresno chambers, Hispanic chamber, and so forth. So we will make an announcement once we have a date, but appreciate the working with staff so that folks are familiar with our procurement process, and that we also understand what are some of the challenges and barriers for small businesses to actually submit bids and be competitive enough for all the work that we afford every other Thursday that we meet. And those are all my comments, Council President. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbalsi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. So I just like to mention a couple of things. Number one, with everything that's happened this year, of course, we have the fires. And I was able to go up to Shaver and meet with the battalion chief at Fresno County CAL FIRE and see some of the first responders up there. and I really appreciate everything that they've done. I was very pleased to see Fresno Fire up there, our fire department, as well as a lot of our police department up there providing support, because a lot of people have been evacuated. You know, Crescent's is completely gone. Some people have lost their homes. But the last thing we want is there to be no security there, and then a person's not only victimized, but then they're looted. So thank you so much to our public safety in the city for partnering, because that's in our backyard and these are our neighbors, and that was the right step. Second, I want to talk about the program that the council supported. Thank you for that. And Councilmembers Chavez and Vice President Capriolio and I moved forward was the SAFER program, the Senior Aid for Food and Resources. It is a citywide program available to all residents. And it provides a week's supply of balanced groceries, several local dairy options, meat, produce, fruit, and grains. And I believe the city clerk's office is going to put up a slideshow of that. Is that going up right now? So these are some of the items that are available, and it's going to change every week, so there's more variety for our seniors. And it's a drive-up format, so if you can go to the next photo. And while they're doing that, I will tell you that if you want to sign up for the program, so that's from this morning in District 4 at Vinland Park. I joined Councilmember Capriolio. If you can go to the next picture as well. Basically, it's contactless. So you call 621-SAFER. That's the hotline, 621-7237. Or you can go online, which is faster, at fresnocovidhelp.com/SAFER. And we'll have that up in a second. That's the vice president right there helping some folks. And you'll be able to sign up. We have a limited supply, and it's first come, first serve on a weekly sign up basis. And that's some information about the program. Right now, this is a pilot program. We have 3 distribution sites in the city, but it's open to all City of Fresno residents. And we hope if this program is successful and the seniors enjoy it, we can identify funding and make it citywide. The other benefit of the program is it's also using our tax dollars, not only to help our seniors, which are the most vulnerable, that's number 1 in this pandemic, but also to help create local jobs and stimulate the local economy. And it's doing that as well. And again, thank you to my colleagues for giving this a shot and supporting this program. And and the last thing on a somber note I'd like to share is we have a gentleman who has a connection to Fresno who passed away. His name is Bob Kroll, and he was the mayor of Carson City, Nevada, which is the capital city. Bob was a very nice man. I was very lucky growing up to be able to know him. My best friend, he was the uncle by marriage of my best friend. His wife, Susan, is a Bullard High graduate, and they have deep roots in the community. Bob was a very proud Democrat. He was also a retired captain in the U.S. Navy. He served his community on many boards, including the Chamber of Commerce. He was a Rotarian, which speaks a lot to me because I'm a Rotarian as well. And he was a 3-term mayor of Carson City, Nevada. And we have a proclamation for his family that the council members have signed, and we'll be delivering it once we're able to actually have a memorial service. So to the Kroll family and the Asbury family, our condolences. And I ask the council president if we can adjourn in memory of the former mayor of Carson City, Nevada.
Of course we can. Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Council President.
I'm sorry. I forgot to ask my colleagues if they want to chime in about the program.
I can chime in about the program. I just wanted to get in line for my public
You're next,
comment.
Council Vice President. You have the floor.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. First, I wanted to give out some thank yous, primarily Public Works and Brian and his team. We're paving in District 4 as we speak and making numerous improvements of that nature. So thank you to them again. They're fantastic. Second, thank yous to Jim Shad, City Manager, TJ, Jennifer, Scott, Aldi. I know I'm going to leave somebody out. Nathan, Parks, Public Works, Tim and his staff, Mayor Brand. The projects I've got on the books right now, we are working at lightning speed to implement these programs in buildings, splash pads, lighting. There's a myriad of things that are in action right now for District 4. And I couldn't do that by myself. Thanks to my colleagues for funding this and to the staff for implementing all this. And it takes a huge team, and I've got the best team working right now. So I wanted to thank them on the record. And the last comment is relative to SAFER. As you saw, Member Carbasi and I were out at Vinland Park, and it was really, he pretty much summed up the process. I just wanted to add that when I was putting boxes of food in seniors' cars and in their family members, it was interesting because a lot of the seniors couldn't even come to the facility, to Vinland Park. So they had to have their relatives, cousins, sisters, different family members come and pick it up. And they were sharing the experience and with the meaningfulness of high quality food for their families. And it was just very moving. It was fantastic. And then to have the Pardini team there, a huge truck. We gave away most of the boxes of the truck. It was just a wonderful, wonderful morning. And we're going to do it next Thursday in District 4. And Member Chavez, Member Carbasi, who is really the ringleader, I got to give him ringleader credit for getting this program off the ground. And if anybody else, any other colleagues wish to have seniors come by Vinland Park next Thursday, we are more than welcoming seniors. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. It was a great morning.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez, you have the floor. All right, we'll go to Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, so my only announcement is District 7 will be hosting its third mobile testing in terms of COVID-19 testing drive next Friday, and I believe that's going to be the 25th of September. We'll be out at McLean High School from 8 to 12, and registration is required. We'll be giving out masks as always, and we'll be giving out the KN95s. So, you know, not even with respects to wildfire smoke, even if folks aren't looking to get tested, they can still drive in there at McLean and pick up a couple masks if they would like. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. I just have a quick thank yous to close this section. Thanks to staff, Public Works, Public Utilities, Sanitation, who all were involved in the cleanup of Santa Clara Street. If you haven't been by there, it's been completely cleaned up and sanitized. As a matter of fact, we even installed some cameras to catch people who are illegally dumping, because that was a regular dumping place for folks who are doing so illegally, and we've already caught one violator who is illegally dumping. So thank you for code enforcement for putting up the video surveillance to catch the illegal dumpers. Thank you to Councilmember Esparza for fixing First Street. My car thanks you tremendously. For those who don't know, I just spent like $4,000 on replacing my mortar mounts and my shocks. And the mechanic asked me if I was using my car for construction sites. So I just reminded him that I just travel First Street very often. I know that's a big problem for everybody. So thank you, Scott and Public Works and the councilman for fixing First Street in South Fresno. A reminder too that we'll be having a town hall meeting today virtually with Central California Legal Services to answer a lot of questions from the public around the different rules that have changed around rental rights and tenant rights. And then a couple of just requests for staff. If staff can provide us an update on the improvements at JSK Park, both the reseeding and the playground replacement. I know we've talked about that a few months ago. And then city manager, I know we've been doing quite a bit of mutual aid with our police department, even though we're short-staffed during this pandemic. So if you can provide us an update with the amount of mutual aid that we provided to other jurisdictions and what impact it's had on our staffing ratios in the city, that would be great. And we can do that during the budget time. It doesn't have to be immediate.
About just for the current incident?
Correct.
Okay.
Council
All right.
President, I think we have a status meeting scheduled. We'll bring it to us. I think it's next week.
Okay, perfect. Then we can deal with the JSK Park at that time.
Yeah, that's
All right, council. I think that concludes our comments and reports from the council. Unless Councilmember Chavez has anything to say, we'll move on to our scheduled hearings for the morning, more like the afternoon. The first hearing is a 10 o'clock, 1 a.m. Hearing number 1. The hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex a territory and levy special tax with the City of Fresno Community Facilities District number 11. I will open up the hearing. Is there anybody in the public wishing to address the council on this public hearing? If so, please identify yourself.
Which
And we-
item is this, Miguel?
10 o'clock, number 1. Sorry, Gary, I was going too fast. So it's the 10 o'clock, number 1 public hearing item. All right, I'll bring it back. I don't see anybody from the public wishing to address the council on this Fresno Community Facilities District hearing. So I'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve?
District 1.
Councilmember Soria, yes.
Councilwoman Soria?
Motion to approve.
All right, I'll second it. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Britta Felt,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Aye.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias.
All right, thank you. Yes. All right, motion passes. Item is approved, 7-0. Then next item is the 10 a.m. number 2. It's a continued hearing to adopt a resolution to levy a special tax in City of Fresno Community Facility District number 9. This is Council Member Bredefield. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I
Was
thought
this
that would continue to the 29th of October.
Is that continued?
I believe so.
All right, it doesn't show it here.
Yes, I have that city clerk announced it was continued to October 15th at 10:05.
Perfect. My mistake. We will see this item back on October 15th. All right, so see if I'm on track here. 10:15, the continued hearing to consider annexation application P19-02239, plan amendment rezone application P19-02237, and the vesting tentative map number 6234. That's the item. That is, I believe, in council member. Whose district is this in?
Soria's.
Yeah.
I think it's 1, yeah.
What? Which one are you doing?
10:15? Yes, sorry, I'm sorry. I missed it right in the front.
Fanuki.
So does the staff want to present? If not, I'm ready to kind of make my comments.
Let me go to the public first for our comments. Anybody in the public wishing to address this item publicly, please raise your hand and we will identify you to address the council. I see one person so far. Daniel, you have been unmuted for the 10:15 item.
Hey there, Council President Arias and council members. I'm just going to quickly comment on this. I don't know what staff or Councilmember Soria is going to say precisely. I had a little bit of contact with Terry Cox, Esmeralda's chief of staff, just getting an understanding of hopefully of how this is going to look. I took a look at this project as part of the District 1 development implementation review. Generally speaking, the project's all right, but it has some major glaring issues that you should be aware of, like by looking through your council packet. A lot of them have to do, it's why this project's been continued so many times. And it's a combination of all the issues that tend to plague development west of 99. When you hear people talk about Forgotten Fresno or all the things that came up in the west area frequently, it's lack of park space and poorly, untimely or poorly done infrastructure improvements. And I think that's most of the concerns there. All these things, I'm trying not to get too worked up about it, but they seem like imminently fixable and doable and aren't going to break this project or forestall housing development. But my understanding is that the apparently, something isn't happening. I'd direct you to look at the map exhibit itself in your review. I'm hoping that either staff or Councilmember Soria will point to this. A couple of features that require like some spatial orientation instead of just talking about them in the abstract. By that, I mean the precisely the 7 lots that are weirdly orphaned on the corner of some of the park space that's being plotted here. It's kind of hard to go further than that. If it's possible, I might request the opportunity to maybe like do one limited rebuttal comment following a staff and council presentation. But if that's not possible, it's fine. I think there's a lot of material here that you can go over. I'm at risk. The very last thing I'm going to talk about, I'm trying my best to not actually like raise this as an issue on the administrative record, but there is a there is a very good chance that there's been something like omitted from the CEQA document that that I'm not going to disclose right now in the interest that I really am okay with this project getting developed if they can just do the parks.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. All right. Are there any other members of the public wishing to address this item before we bring it back to the council? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Councilwoman Sawyer, you have the floor.
Council, I do have staff available if you want a presentation as well.
I'll leave it up to the councilwoman.
I'm okay without presentation. I know that this proposal has been in front of us for, I think maybe the 3rd or 4th time, and it had been taken off the agenda several times for, some of the concerns that Daniel mentioned. I've had the honor to represent District 1 for the last 6 years, and we've heard loud and clear the desires and the challenges and the gaps that exist west of the 99. And so that's why it was one of the main reasons why I made sure that we thoroughly reviewed the proposal, that we worked directly with staff. So I do want to, thank staff for working with us and to get to this point, actually. And then also thank the developers for their patience and having several conversations and talking about some modifications to improve what they are planning to develop. And also, I just want to make sure that for the record, this annexation is moving forward contingent upon a new MOU in terms of a tax sharing agreement. You guys all know the express concerns that I've had in the past when it came to light that we're not getting our fair share of tax revenue when it comes to new development, especially development at the fringes. And while I support, growth, I support what is smart growth and good investment, especially west of the 99, where we have a hodgepodge of development. We have extreme gaps of no sidewalks, gutters, lights, and so forth. And the community is tired of it. And I know that developments that when are planned carefully and smartly, and when they take into account the community, they can be good for us. And so I do want to thank the applicant for meeting with us and finally agreeing to some of the things, the recommendations that are also posted by city staff, which is 4 traffic lights need to be covered by the applicant. And so they withdrew their appeal to that. So they are going to go abide by the recommendation of city staff, and something that I know myself and then Councilmember Arias was very strong about. So I wanted to make sure that that is also included as part of this project. So what I will do, just make a quick motion so I don't belabor any of other points. I'm just going to make a motion to approve this item with the following conditions. So the annexation, as I mentioned, will be subject to the negotiated city-county tax sharing agreement. Number 2, the applicant will remove at minimum the 3 planned residential lots and convert into additional green space. We know that green space is a really needed commodity and amenity west of the 99. That's why that is important. 3, the applicant will provide a dedicated dog park space within somewhere where the utility easement area is. There's going to be some flexibility as we move this project forward, and that the applicant do withdraw the appeal of the staff condition of 2 additional traffic lights at Hayes and Shields and Polk and Shields, and construct the 4 traffic lights. So essentially, per staff's recommendation. So I'm comfortable moving forward in that direction. And so that is my motion. I would caution my council colleagues, and I would recommend staff. I think that it was very appropriate that a fiscal analysis was done so that we understand the impact that it can have to the future of our general fund. Given the pandemic, I think that it's important that we know what impacts it will have to the general fund 10, 20 years from now when we allow these types of developments. And this should be able to help us for future, MOU, tax sharing agreement issues that we may have. So with that, that's my motion.
I will second your motion, Councilwoman. And if the council would allow me to just say a few words on this item, it does butt up to my district. And I want to express my frustrations publicly of the applicant and other developers who have always tried to shortchange the impact that they're having in the area. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had a COVID testing site at JSK Park on Clinton and Brawley, and several constituents came to me and said, express their thanks for holding developers and companies accountable to doing the basic infrastructure, because they're still wrestling with having bought their houses 20 years ago and streetlights being promised that were never installed, parks being built that were never built, roads being extended that were never extended. And I find it surprising that in this day and age, when we know that sprawl costs us money and it has to be subsidized by the inner part of the city, when we know that when we build 500 new houses, when it's not going to be 3 people per house, because housing is such in a crisis that there's far higher densities, that people are still trying to shortchange us and nickel and dime us to death on a streetlight that they are clearly creating a demand for. So I would just ask that other applicants, use this as an example that we're no longer going to allow development west of 99 to be created when developers are not addressing the impact and the conditions that they're creating. So stop trying to nickel and dime city staff. Stop trying to appeal a intersection light to a planning commission that doesn't live in the area, that doesn't understand the traffic congestions and the safety congestions, and that doesn't represent the area which is being impacted, as has been very clearly articulated by me and others. When we don't have commissioners that know the areas of our neighborhoods, they're not in a position to simply represent their needs. So I would ask applicants in this case and in future cases, if you want to develop in a new growth area, if you want to propose a development that sprawls, make sure that you fully fund the infrastructure improvements that are needed for those individuals to live there and get to their jobs and to businesses, and also make sure that it pays for itself. Because in this day and age, I'm not going to vote to lay off a firefighter or a police officer because a developer doesn't want to pay their share of a traffic light that they're creating the demand for and the need for. So with that, I'll take it to, if there's no other questions or comments, I will take it to a roll call.
Great.
Councilmember Bredfield, you have the floor.
Yeah. Look, these were battles that I was fighting the first time that I was on the council, as much of the development in Northeast Fresno was taking place. But I think, we unfairly malign people who are building in our city as though they're the bad guys. I think there's plenty of blame to go around, and it starts freely at City Hall because we're the ones who set the rules. And we're the ones who determine what fees are there, what should be collected, how it's collected. And I think there's a lot of blame to go with City Hall for many decades, not recently, many decades. So I just want to be careful that we just don't point fingers at a developer or developers, because they're only following the rules we've set. And that's been going on since the 70s when we went to UGM fees and all of that. And so everything you all were saying, that I expressed it years ago as well, because I think it was worse in terms of needs not being met regarding infrastructure. So as we move forward, I will certainly support this, but I just want to be clear, painting developers as bad people, I don't think that's the way to go. We have a lot of blame with prior councils, with prior policies, with development departments that probably weren't making sure that fees were set up properly. a lot of blame to go around.
I think we completely agree with you, Councilmember Bredefeld. There's plenty of blame and responsibility to go around. So I'm glad that we're finally making sure that things pay for themselves and that people who buy homes will have the things that were promised to them when they buy their home. So thank you with that. With that, I'll go to Councilmember Chavez and then Carbasi.
Thank you, Council President. So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So today for this item, what exactly are we voting on? Obviously, we know the council decided to not extend the agreement that we have with the county and the city beyond August, I believe. So are we creating an exemption? Are we conditioning it upon that agreement in the future? I'm trying to understand what this actually is.
So the motion is to move the project forward. It goes to LAFCO, but it is conditioned on us finalizing the MOU. And so that's what we're working on as a city and the administration. There's a commitment to hopefully get this done by the end of the year. But yeah, in order for it gets the approval from us, but in order to get the final approval from LAFCO, we need to have our MOU finalized. So it is conditioned on that.
So what happens if there is no tax sharing agreement with the county before then?
So we have to negotiate in good faith and individual if we cannot get a citywide one. That's per state law.
So then essentially what this would be a variance, a case by case basis situation, right?
Yeah, City Attorney, can you fully articulate what happens next?
Yes, as a matter of law, no annexation into the city now can be complete without a tax sharing agreement between the city and the county as to that project at least. And so there is a process to do that involving good faith negotiation and so forth.
Okay. So City Attorney, to follow up on that, because I think this will be a conversation that the council has by way of policy. So we're essentially saying that we're going to approve this project today, have it go ahead. We understand the need, the conditions have been met, but the revenue sharing agreement conversation will get put aside until we finalize that with the county, but yet the project can still go forward. Is that correct?
The annexation cannot be completed until we have a tax sharing agreement with the county.
Right. So back to my question, Doug, what happens if we don't have a agreement before the year's over?
Well, the year is not a deadline here. That may be a goal. But the process, if we cannot reach an agreement with the county, that it could extend beyond the end of this calendar year.
Right. So pending us not having an agreement with the county and the city, then this project does not go forward? Is that what?
Correct. Right.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand on whether. So let me just ask this, because I think this will be a broader discussion, Doug. There's obviously a disagreement between what the city feels we should receive that I 100% agree with regards to the revenue sharing agreement. And then there's a discrepancy on what the county believes. We've obviously done an analysis on what these revenue sharing agreements look like and what we feel would be our share of this. So is it possible to, by way of policy, outline that just like we're doing it on this case by case basis and say that the city would like to assume that we will get this percentage and we would essentially approve projects, or like in this situation, allow them to move forward and then collect those later when all of the good faith efforts and negotiations have been occurring?
Yes, there's two ways to look at it. You can negotiate it project by project, and the tax split as to each project could be different. The global MOU for tax sharing would be sort of an average of what the various projects percentages would be. So you can go either route. And so, yes, the council could get direction as to what's desired as far as a tax sharing split. I think there is a council committee on this that probably will be taking this up soon in talking to the county.
Yeah, I'd like for us to consider that, because I think we're going to have a lot of these projects come through, and obviously we'll consider them on a case-by-case basis. But if we had that formula already fixed, it would make this process a lot easier and give clarity to folks that are trying to build homes in the city of Fresno, and us that we know we're in a housing crisis. So I like to see that, Doug. Maybe that's a separate conversation offline on what that looks like. But I'll be supportive of this today.
Councilmember Chavez, the other thing that warrants this council to discuss is that as we're moving forward, regardless of the MOU, because we know that there is a desire for growth in our community. And like, I know that you have areas of interest in District 5. There is a lot in my area. There's been a lot of building that has been happening in D1. And I know that there's also an interest in D3. And I think that we have to look at other mechanisms to figure out how to capture those costs that come with the growth. And like our analysis that was done by the city staff it's close to 500 homes, 400 and some homes that are coming to that area. There is on the first year, $500,000 that we have a gap, close to $500,000. And so we got to figure out how do we capture that and cover it so that we're not creating a deficit in our general fund. And there are different tools, but we, as a council, we have to, if we're going to support additional growth in our community, we have to get serious about what we want to do for those types of developments in our city.
No, absolutely. 100%.
And that includes like Melrose districts or, you know, things of that sort that we need to start exploring.
Yeah, and you know that you're right, and I think we're both saying the same thing. What I don't want to happen is for us to send a message that, you know, short of us having an agreement with the county, which, you know, they move like molasses, we move like molasses. I don't want to hold up housing projects that we know we really critically need right now and send the message that, you know, if we don't have an agreement, we're not going to be able to build. But I'm actually encouraged by what we're seeing today with regards to what these projects can look like going through the process and having that conversation. So, you know, I'm supportive of this. I think, you know, we really do need to focus on, and I agree with what Councilman President Aria said, that we do need to figure out ways to have, you know, developments that can pay for themselves. I think everybody's in agreement with that. And the conversation with the county has yet to be determined, but I want to make sure that we just keep pushing for housing, because we know that's going to be so critical and important this next upcoming year.
All right, Council, it looks like we have consensus. Councilor Carbasi, did you want to say anything?
Thanks, Mr. President. Okay, so a couple things. You know, I've been consistent that I'm a person that does support growth. We know we are in a recession. I also think that the right kind of growth, smart growth, will also lead to equity and opportunity for a lot of families, especially for starter homes, to build that financial independence. But I also understand that every council member is elected in their district, and it's incumbent upon people that want to propose projects to be able to meet the priorities that council member was elected with. And so I'm going to defer to my colleague on this when it's her district. And I would just say that if it was my district, you know, the fact is, I didn't take the comments of Council President or Councilmember Soria as anti-developer. I think that it was more about, you know, there are good developers and there are bad developers. There are good and bad in all different sectors, but they have to create a package, especially west of the 99, where we have infrastructure problems. They're going to have to create a package so we can be responsible and do our job and approve these things on merit. So, and I totally understand that. But to add to this conversation, I do want to say that what we also need moving forward is a general plan that is realistic. It's a living document. I found that our general plans in the past are more idealistic, and there's a lot of hard work that goes into them, and I appreciate that. But we live in a market economy, and we are in an impoverished region, and we want to move ourselves forward. It's going to take very careful thinking and responding to the market rather than saying, we want this to be built this way or that way. We need to be able to balance our priorities and understand there are outside forces that we have to deal with as well, because we don't want to set ourselves up for failure. And on the issue of Melrose districts, I actually learned what those were because of Luis Chavez. You've been a big champion of that. And I like the idea when I'm hearing that we're going to explore other options or CFDs and things like that to be able to pay for the services that are getting more and more expensive every year and depleting the general fund. So with that, I'm ready to support this.
All right, Council, we have a motion. We have a second to approve the item contingent on a tax sharing agreement with the county and the conditions outlined by Councilwoman Soria. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, council. The next item is a 1020. It is a hearing to consider the text amendment application number P1902978. It is the final environmental impact report with the state clearinghouse regarding cannabis. I'm going to open this public hearing up. Is there anybody from the public wishing to comment on the final environmental impact report on cannabis? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Is there a motion to approve? Council, do I have a motion to approve the final EIR?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion.
I got a question, Councilmember or President Arias.
Give me 1 second. Motion by member Soya, second by member Esparza. Now we'll go to council for questions. Member Chavez, you have the floor.
This is a question for our legal counsel. City Attorney, walk us through what the timeline is and the process for once initiating this. I know we're still working through what the master fee schedule will look like, but walk us for the public so that they understand what the next steps are and what the timeline is from the time we, provide applications to we take them in to the time they're actually providing, services out there.
Right, so this is both the EIR and some changes to the municipal code that are the final substantive items for the council to approve for cannabis. There'll be a few cleanup items to come forward, maybe changes in equity program, and then the application fee and so forth. So this could be finalized next week. It would be effective 30 days after that. I'm sorry? Oh, so then those are the major substantive things. We anticipate that the fee and the equity change would come back on October 15th. Then the city can start accepting applications. The application process opening period is going to be between 30 and 60 days, I believe. That may not be finalized yet. Then the city manager takes the first cut at approving applications. Then once they have a permit for a location, they also apply for a CUP. That process can take several months. They apply for the CUP. That can potentially be appealed to the council. And then once they have all of their city entitlements, they can get their state permit. So realistically from now, a business could be up and running maybe next May or June.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. With that,
If you don't mind, I have staff standing by. There's a technical correction they would like to read into the record.
thank you. Planning, you have the floor for the technical correction.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Council President, council members. Israel Trejo, Planning and Development Department. Just have one minor technical correction I'd like to make to the staff report in regards to the water supply assessment. So the water supply assessment has 3 tables of table 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. Some data that got transferred over from the EIR was incorrect. So the data within the EIR is correct. And what I'm requesting to do is to transfer that data within those 3 tables, which are in the EIR tables 4.19-5, 4.19-6, 4.19-7, and transfer those tables to the water supply assessment, which is Exhibit K. Thank you.
Thank you. The technical changes have been recorded for the record. Please get that information to the city clerk so that it's part of the official record. And now we have a motion. A second is roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
No.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi, Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Councilmember Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. All right. The EIR is adopted with the technical changes as outlined by the planning staff. Member Karbasi, would you like to record a vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. It was adopted 6-1. Legal counsel, can you remind me, does this have to come back for a second read?
Yes, the bills will come back for adoption next week. The sequel is now final.
All right, thank you. All right, council, we'll move on to item 3A, approving the allocations and awarding agreements of CDBG funds. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation? The item as proposed? Member Chavez made, I'll second. I'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public wishing to address the council on item 3A as an apple, which is the recommended allocations under the community block grant? Seeing none, I will bring it back. Questions from the council, or should we go to roll call?
Roll
All right,
call, please.
let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Storia,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriola,
Yes.
President Arias,
Yes.
7-0.
All right, council, next item is 3B as in boy, award a 3-year contract in the amount of $25 million to National Express Transit and the continued provision for paratransit services with the option for 4 one-year extensions and authorize the Director of Transportation to execute the documents. Is our director online? I see him. Let me just promote him. Director Barfield, before I go to you, I'm going to go to the public. Is there any member of the public wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please identify yourself. Looks like we have Sandy Hill. Sandy Hill, we will go to you to address the council on this item. You have been unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. We have enjoyed a very productive partnership with the city over the past 7 years as the operator of the Handy Ride service. So I sent a letter, I'm sure you've seen it, and I don't want to reiterate everything in the letter, but I do want to speak to a couple of things, kind of a bottom line, so to speak. We developed our proposal, and I wrote this in the letter, cognizant of budgetary constraints, which have increased due to COVID during this time. And our proposal highlighted our rich history with the city, our partnership, while also demonstrating our commitment to continuous improvement and offering up some innovative mobility solutions such as microtransit to find efficiencies, which might really come in handy now with the restrictions on passenger capacities, specifically for the fixed route. Frankly, the evaluation report showed some inconsistency. For instance, our accomplishments and safety record was not reflected.
Conclude your comments, please.
I'm sorry?
You could conclude your comments.
Oh, absolutely. So bottom line, we are truly perplexed as to why at this point, given our proven operational improvements and our future commitments to the city, that the city and the taxpayers would want to pay a significantly higher price. The evaluation report provides no compelling reason. So we would just ask that the city consider the best value for the community and retain Keolis as the provider of Handy Ride. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. Is there any others? I see one more person. The number is 664. You have been unmuted. Please address the council. Number 664.
Hello, good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes. Yes, good afternoon. This is Jonas Follows, Homeless Veterans Advocate. I'm also a Handy Ride rider. And yeah, the last 14 years not being good for me, you know. And I experienced Keolis doing and not picking me up, and just I support somebody else to come in, and not only me, my veterans that I represent, and anybody that is in the city of Fresno with a disability. There was a lot of disappointment with Keolis, including myself. So I support to go a different direction. Somebody's going to take care of us on a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. All right, council, we'll bring it back for the council to consider. Is there a motion to approve staff's recommendation?
I'll make a motion, but I did want to make some comments.
Correct.
All right, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Council,
Give me 1 second, Councilwoman. I have some hands raised at first. Is there a second for the motion to approve the recommendation before we go there?
Did I motion? Did you get
Yes.
my motion? Okay.
Is there a second for Councilwoman Victoria's motion? All right, I will second it for the purpose of discussion. We will go to Councilmember Capriolo first and then Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. My question really relates to 3B, C. And the question I have, if the current labor agreement, will it remain in full force and effect, or will it be renegotiated? Because I'm very, very concerned about our city employees and their involvement with our transit system on all two of these items in particular.
Okay. Member Bredefield, do you have the floor? Director Bredefield.
You want Director Bredefield or you want Director Barfield?
Director Barfield, not Bredefield.
Sorry, Gary, I don't want to step on your toes there. Yes, the contract remains in effect.
Thank you very much. I'm very concerned about that. You answered my question. Thank you.
All right.
All right, the next person is Councilmember Chavez and then Soria.
Yeah, this question is for Director Barfield. So I just want to make sure we're clear. Greg, without getting into too much of the minutia of the issues we had with the previous provider, what assurances do we have in this contract that services are going to be held to that standard? Because I know one of the biggest complaints was that there wasn't necessarily always a 24-hour window where they could call and get picked up. Sometimes that got extended longer. And what I'm focusing on specifically, Greg, is the services with regards to seniors and how easy that's going to be in provisions. I see the outline of the contract structure that you have, but is this essentially what we're going to hold them accountable for? Or is this just guidelines and parameters?
No, council member, this is exactly what we're going to hold them accountable to. What we've learned in the last 7 years is that the previous contract was not well written when it comes to the standards in the incentives and disincentives. So we went out to the community, we spoke to them, we really worked on those incentives and these milestones, that you must reach these milestones in order for us to deem you to be effective. And of course, as you know from the last go around, the provider that initially got the contract was the lowest bidder. And within 6 months came back to the council saying they needed more money. Even though they never performed in that entire time that they had the contract. So we've done our due diligence. We worked with the community who sat on the evaluations, actually handy ride riders. And we've also done reference checks on each of these people through our finance department and purchasing. And so we believe that this is the best value for our community at this time.
So Greg, I just have two questions along those lines now that I understand what the accountability framework is. So walk me through what it would look like for a council office that gets numerous calls for these metrics not being reached. What would be the process on your end that you would essentially initiate with this vendor?
It's a very punitive process. So now what happens is when they bring their monthly invoice to us, right? If they're not making certain metrics, it was like a smorgasbord of disincentives. For example, phone holds only cost you $2,900. Under this contract, it's $10,000.
Okay. So
you've got now a financial incentive to actually do the work. And
last question, Greg, along those lines, for these issues, say, for example, this vendor has numerous calls, numerous of those metrics not being met. What are the provisions within this agreement that would allow us to essentially end our service agreement with them? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Or how many issues do they need to have in order for us to be able to initiate that termination?
I believe it's just the one, right? I'm looking at my staff to socially distance behind me. But believe in the contract is just the one. Right. So we can do it with as little as one. And of course, it's also liquidated damages that we'd be looking at too. So look, it is our job to help make sure that the provider is supported. It is all of our equipment over there, from computers to walkie-talkies to the physical buses. That's our equipment. We own that. So it's important for us to also be working with whoever the provider is to make sure that they are successful.
Yeah, and last thing is I just like to request for this new vendor to do the outreach, particularly over by Senior Village. And our folks there, you know, that they use this service quite a bit, and, you know, Twilight Haven and that cluster over there. It would be very helpful for them to initiate that conversation. Just if there's ever any issues, they can contact them directly and try to resolve them before they become a bigger problem.
We will make that recommendation. We actually had a community meeting, an open community meeting yesterday with riders of Handy Ride to answer any questions that they may have had.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Sawyer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I think Director Barfield essentially answered my question, because one of the concerns I wanted was addressed that if in fact we do get issues, because I know that my office has received a number of calls in the past complaining about the current provider. And so I just wanted to make sure that there was a mechanism. I went over the agreement, and I think there's a 60-day clause, or the fact that we can get out of the contract if it's not working out. So I just want to make sure that we did have an option out, as is mentioned by Councilmember Chavez. I'd like to also see, as part of your guys' agreement, do you guys have like a annual evaluation, or do you guys get input from the community? Is that structured in? Would that be something that we could include as part of the fact that it's a 3-year agreement, plus we're able to do 1-year extensions? Can we make sure that we're getting some input or evaluation?
Yes, Councilmember, we actually get ongoing input. So currently we meet with Keolis once a week, our current provider. Every Friday we meet with them, particularly during this pandemic. We, instead of going to from a monthly meeting, it's now a weekly meeting. And then through the Disability Awareness Committee, there's actually a transportation subcommittee. And many of my staff are active in that committee. And so is the provider. And that's where we hear directly from the constituents on a every other month or every month basis. So, and of course, many of the riders have my direct phone number, as well as my leadership team. And so they are pretty good about making sure that we follow up with complaints.
Okay.
And that's also a disincentive for the provider. So the number of formal complaints, it also becomes a disincentive that we can deduct from their bottom line.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. I support the motion that I made.
Any other questions from the council? Okay. Director Barfield, can you just remind us, for the benefit of the public, does this item, would it result in changing service providers?
Yes, so we would be leaving the current service provider of Keolis and going to a new service provider called Next.
Okay. And would this also result in different equipment being used? Different vehicles?
It's all of Fax's equipment. The only thing that would change is on the very back rear panel of the bus, it would say operated by Next. And currently it says operated by Diversified Corporation doing business as Keolis.
Okay. All right. With that, Director Barfield, just like to also echo the comments of some of my council members. My constituents tend to be heavy users of this service. Mm-hmm. And one of the frequent complaints that I've got, besides, potholes in the street, is the lack of good responsive public service in this area. So I appreciate you taking the long journey to get to a new user and putting some additional benchmarks and exits if we have to change service providers because of poor service. So with that, there's a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, Director Barfield. Now the next item is also yours, Director Barfield. Item 3C, resolution adopting the 14th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution to appropriate nearly $2 million of the $32 million in CARES Act funding. You have the floor, Director Barfield.
I wanted to end this meeting on a great note, that we're actually bringing in money to the city for transit services. I know you all have had a long day. There was a PowerPoint presentation that kind of walked you through how we got this money and what we intend to spend it on, but I will belabor that point and just take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion.
All right, motion by member Esparza, second by member Carbasi. Let me go to the public. Anybody in the public wishing to address the reimbursement of CARES Act dollars into the Fax Department? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias,
Yes.
7-0.
For the record, the director did provide the CARES Act committee a very detailed presentation of every dollar that's coming in from the CARES Act and how he's planning to utilize it in a reimbursement fashion. So I do thank you for that presentation and the time that you spent with us.
No, thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you. All right, council, I'm going to try and go a little bit out of order for the remaining items to try and get us through. I'm going to start with hopefully the easiest one is item 4C as in cat. That is an item brought forward by Councilmember Esparza. You have the floor.
Yeah, sure thing. You know what? Maybe we could do this one last in the interest of having a presentation from a potential presentation. This is the final council item that is required to form the Fresno Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. Would you guys like a presentation on this?
We will come back to you. Let's go to the next item that doesn't require a presentation. We'll go item 4B as in boy. Councilmember Chavez and Carbasi, you have the floor.
Actually, I have a presentation. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I want to be here late. I'm all game. I have my drink, so we're good.
Councilmember Chavez, do you want to start?
You go ahead. Kick it off, Mike.
Okay.
Your pink drink, President Arias.
Okay. So Councilmember Chavez and I have worked together, and we've been talking a lot today about the impact to our business community. And this council has taken several actions previously to support the business community. So what we would like to do for your consideration is introduce the Business is Essential to Local Economies Act. There are three main components of this bill. Number one is to offer, and I'm going to have Councilmember Chavez talk more about this, offer a forbearance and deferral against evictions and rent for our commercial tenants in Fresno, which is really important. The other portion is limiting the liability to businesses that are acting in good faith. And we hope that we'll have state and federal action on this at some point. The other part of the program is to help our restaurants against what some restaurant owners have described to me as price gouging by third-party platforms for delivery. So in order to stay competitive, as Councilmember Esparza mentioned earlier, a lot of restaurants, they're still open for takeout. And the dilemma is you kind of lose control. Sometimes you can negotiate a price with a third party, I don't want to mention a company name, a third party app delivery program. Sometimes they set prices, they just hijack your menu. And what we're introducing is a program to say only for the duration of the emergency plus 90 days. So there's a sunset. We are going to cap those fees at 15%. It still allows them to be profitable, but it still gives our restaurants a fighting chance, because the margin of 30 to 35% that's happening now is so challenging because the margins for restaurants are so low they don't really have a chance to make money. And some might say, well, restaurants can choose to join those platforms too. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But the dilemma is that they kind of don't have a choice, because if, let's say I'm a Mexican restaurant and I'm located at Bullardin West in District 2, and I have someone across the street, so we service the neighborhood around there. If I don't offer that option and I basically don't take that business, the residents are going to get a taste for the other restaurant. So I feel pressure to offer it even though I'm not making money. The other part of the bill is it ensures all the drivers that work for these platforms for this pandemic, whatever tips we give them as consumers go directly to the driver. They can't get skimmed off by the platforms, and this has been known to happen. So that's the gist of this portion of the bill. If Councilmember Chavez wants to talk about the other two, and we're open for questions.
Yeah, let me just follow up on the first part of this, which is really the moratorium for evictions on small businesses. That's the feedback that I've gotten from a lot of the merchants in my area. I know that my colleagues have as well, where, you know, they wanted the same protections that we've had for some of the residential folks and preventing a lot of those individuals from getting evicted. And so what this does is it essentially mirrors the provisions that we approve for residential folks, and making sure that we can keep those small businesses afloat and giving them an opportunity to really regain some of the lost revenue that they've had these last couple of months. That's been a real challenge for them to actually, you know, come back from, you know, open, close, reopen, closed, and hopefully here soon reopen. And so it really mirrors the provisions that we're all familiar with and we voted on for the residential, and extends them to the small businesses for commercial folks. And then the other provision within this bill is the protection from businesses from really frivolous lawsuits. And this, again, I want to emphasize, this is for businesses that are following CDC and local public health guidelines, not for these bad players. And the background of that is I've had individuals that have gone along the Kings Canyon Ventura corridor asking very specific questions. And these are the same folks that have gone around with regards to the ADA lawsuits that a lot of small businesses have been hit with. And so you kind of see the pattern here, where a lot of them are looking for information, and, you know, those merchants that oftentimes speak limited English, explain to them, hey, we're following CDC, we're following local public health guidelines. And so I wanted to bring this forward. Realistically speaking, this is more of a state law conversation with regards to what protection they can bring. But in speaking with the city attorney, this is something that we can start with and hopefully extend it to a broader state law provision within this. And so I, you know, urge my council colleagues to support this. I think it'll go a long ways in helping our businesses and sending the message that, you know, we're supporting them. This is a very difficult time, but we're doing every little bit to try and help them overcome through this pandemic. And the last thing I'll say is this moratorium on evictions essentially ends once the emergency is lifted, same as with the residential. And I think at that time, we'll probably have a more lengthy conversation about how we can support our you know, tenants and our small businesses that are going to be really in a very difficult situation here in around March of next year. So I urge a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Make the motion. Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Member Chavez, second by Member Carbasi. We'll go out to a public. Anybody in the public wishing to address the council on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the council. Council, do you have any questions for the item sponsored by our two colleagues? Member Butterfield, you have the floor.
Yes, my problem with really one particular aspect of this is restricting the third-party applications and putting limits on what it is that they can charge. You're basically saying that the fees can range, or restricting the range of what the fees can do. I frankly don't see that as us. Our role is interfering with the private sector and the market. I don't know where really we come off telling one business, you can't charge this amount of money. Why? Because we just simply say, big government, you can't charge this amount of money. I don't think that's our role. I understand the intent is to try to help restaurants that are being destroyed by the policies, frankly, of the governor and this council. But the way you do it is you free them up by allowing them to work and operate within the free market. You don't put artificial barriers on what one can charge versus another can charge. And that's in fact what we're doing. So I can't support that. In addition, you have in here, I believe, that if they violate your limits on what they can charge, it's punishable by a misdemeanor, which involves up to a year in prison or a fine of $1,000 or a $10,000 administrative fine. So again, we're back to the same business of picking winners and losers. Big box stores can remain open. Home Depot, Lowe's, and all of that. We put no restrictions on them because, of course, they would push back in a big way. And others, we put artificial restrictions because we think we know we're smarter and better than the private sector. I can't be a party to that. I'm not going to be a party to that. And again, while the intention is good, I understand the intention. It's wrong, and we shouldn't be doing this to one business while hurting another business. And that's my difficulty with this. Again, I appreciate your concern about trying to help restaurants, but there's a better way, and that's allowing people to just operate and work and do so safely, which they've proven they can do. So for that reason, I can't support this.
All right, Council. Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor.
Yeah, there's some language in here I think is pretty powerful, and I don't feel comfortable approving today, as I don't think we've really explored it or discussed it. It's the no cause of action shall exist against the business for COVID infections alleged to stem from the business, so long as the business is in full compliance with state and local mandatory safety measures related to COVID-19. And that seems to be a blanket, sort of a blanket policy we're voting on to apply to all businesses within the city. And I'm not sure what the implications of that are quite yet. I worry about some of the bad actors, because we're talking all businesses, I think, in this language.
Yeah, no, if I could just address that, Councilmember Esparza, that I thought about that and just kind of giving a blanket, pass for folks, but the language in there, and I wanted to make sure that it specifically addressed this, was that they will be abiding by CDC and local public health guidelines, or this would not apply to them. And if you think about, kind of the history of what we've gone through in the city, there have been the vast majority of folks that are following CDC guidelines, going above and beyond the sanitizing measures. And then there's the bad actors, right? That the ones that don't care or maybe aren't so much inclined to do that. But I wanted to include that language in there to specifically address folks that are following CDC, are following local public health guidelines to ensure that we're not giving a free pass to bad actors. So it essentially targets the bad actors and provides that, cause for them, but protects businesses that they're just trying to make it. They're just trying to, ensure that their business stays afloat. And again, they're abiding by all the local public health guidelines. So I don't know if that helps, but just wanted to put that on the radar.
Well, the issue with that is that, last time we checked in on our data, we had about roughly an 80% compliance rate, depending where you were in the city, which 20%, I mean, that's substantial, right? 80% is most, right? You're correct in that, but I don't think it's enough. And so if we're going to have a provision like that, you really aren't ensuring compliance unless we have proactive enforcement. And that's not something that I've seen an appetite from this council. So, I mean, I think if you're going to have that provision, I think we ought to also have proactive enforcement in order to ensure that they are in compliance. Otherwise, we're just relying on that 80%, that 20% that we were seeing out of compliance. Again, depending where you are in the city, I think that's too much leeway there.
No, I understand. You got a different comfort level than some of us do.
Any other questions from the council?
I'd make a motion to remove that provision.
Can you specify the provision, council member?
You want me to identify it again?
Yes, please.
Let me read it here. It is no cause of action shall exist against a business for COVID-19 infections alleged to stem from the business, so long as the business is in full compliance with state and local mandatory safety measures related to COVID-19. So I'd make a motion to remove that provision from this resolution.
Is there a second to Member Esparza's motion? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the sponsors. Any other questions? From the
Point
rest
of
of
order, I have another motion.
Go ahead.
I'd make a motion to establish a more proactive level of enforcement.
Is there a
May I
second?
ask what that means?
Well, I
Yes.
mean, right now, I think and maybe our city attorney could speak more to this, but I think right now our level of enforcement is only reactive. So again, the language you have here is assuming that all folks will be compliant and saying that, the ones who aren't will be held accountable. I mean, we really don't know unless there's a complaint or we're reacting to it. So I'm looking to try to get comfortable with that language, either by removing it or by complementing it with the level of enforcement needed to actually make it work.
We're actually going through that. We're actually going through that conversation right now, Councilmember Esparza, with the County Department of Public Health, where as we're ramping up our tracing efforts, they're getting a little bit more data on what that actually looks like and how you can trace it back to a specific source. But it's very difficult to establish that outside of the parameters of whether you're following CDC and local public health guides. And I think you more than anybody understand the difference between causation and correlation to certain behaviors and subsequent, results. And so I understand where you're going with this. I just think if we, remove the language, it kind of moots the whole issue. And I totally understand if you don't want to support it. I respect that.
Well, I do want to support it. I think it's a great resolution minus this provision.
So Councilmember Carbasi, and then I have a question.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza, I kind of want to echo what Councilmember Chavez said. I actually, I see where you're going. I got it. So let's say that 80-20 is the actual number. I think the point of what we're doing today, working with the California Restaurant Association and the Chamber and the businesses, when there are many in your district and my district, is we want to make sure that 80% that are compliant, that aren't ruining for everyone else, are rewarded. And I believe the language, unless we can change the language to make it very clear, you can't use it as a legal defense and it won't benefit you if you're a violator. So we don't want to help those 20%. I feel like the language is that now. If you want to do a language change, I'm open to that. If you can't vote for it, I understand. Whatever we can do to get you comfortable. But again, we want to make sure that 80% of people that are doing the right thing are rewarded. And then we basically, through this mechanism, they won't have the benefit. The bad actors won't have the benefit of the good ones.
I know a lot of you didn't. Well, I mean, actually, a lot of us did. But look, in graduate school, when you're getting 80%, it's a B minus, right? Technically, but it's an F, right? But
in a democracy, 80% is a supermajority.
Yeah. So this virus started with one person, right? One person in China, 20% of non-compliance. And we're not speaking specifically to one industry, right? Right now, that data is based just on all businesses blanketed. 20%. I mean, that's a hard F here, right? Given just how the virus is transmitted and the numbers we've seen in our community. So, I mean, I'm not buying any of it, right? I mean, we need more accountable measures if we're gonna have this provision.
If you would allow me, before we start, outing each other's grades in college grades and elementary grades, because I can assure you I probably had the lowest ones of the group. And Council Vice President was the smartest cookie of this group. But I think what I'm looking what I'm
Council Vice President.
Yes. I think what I'm hearing, Council Member, is that you're interested in a proactive effort by code enforcement to educate and inform all businesses and, identify violations where they exist in addition to providing a level of protection to these businesses that are following the rules.
That's correct. I mean, and I mean, it's a known fact, I think, that the first layer of enforcement is no enforcement at all. It's education. So I mean, that is what I'm looking for. And I think most folks do come into compliance after that. So we're not looking for fines. I mean, I'm just looking for some accountability when we have such a big portion of folks in non-compliance and implementing a provision like this.
So, council member, would you be open to, in addition to this item, providing our legal counsel direction and come back with a plan on how he would proactively do an education effort for businesses in our city?
Yeah, specifically towards those who have demonstrated non-compliance. So I agree with Councilmember Carbasi that you certainly don't want to be chasing the 80% that are already complying. Again, I'm just looking for accountability. So I'd be very happy with that direction.
Okay, and from my perspective, I am very cautious about rewarding the crazy Bernies of the city that intentionally violate the rules and put people at risk, and also create an unfair competition with other folks who are following the rules. So I do want to be very clear that those nightclubs that have been fined, those nightclubs that have been warned multiple times, those gyms that have been warned and continue to operate in violation of the state and local public health officials are not providing any level of legal protection for any consequences that they may face. So of their own doing. So I'm open to supporting this with a direction to our legal counsel to come back with a plan. And I think he's going to have to consider the budget implications that we've all been wrestling with in the upcoming month.
Yeah, no, and I agree, Council President, Councilmember Esparza, that this kind of sets up that structure, that framework where you can reward people that are abiding by all CDC and local public health guidelines. And you hit the nail on the head. A business that is habitually not complying with this, that information, that data could be used to essentially, formalize that they don't follow these guidelines, and therefore this language would not apply to them or their situation.
All right. Are the makers of the motion willing to add direction to legal counsel to come back with a proposal for the council's consideration on a proactive educational effort for businesses?
Yeah, that's a great idea, and we can actually utilize some of the resources we have out there right now with the Fresno Area Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, with ABERC and all the other folks.
And we still have some CARES Act funds unallocated that we might be able to use towards funding this effort, since it's all
how much is unallocated?
Enough for Council Vice President Capriolo's district.
Easy people, easy does it.
All right, we have a motion, a second with some understanding of direction. Let's do roll call, please.
Stay in your lane.
Can you repeat the motion? Miguel?
The motion is to approve the item as submitted with direction to legal counsel to come back with a proactive educational plan, a plan to do proactive education with businesses to ensure that they're compliant with the CDC guidelines and the local orders.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria. Council Vice President Capriolo.
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. All right, council, we're going to return to that item is approved. 5-1.
Or 5-1, 1F.
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Then thank you, gentlemen, for not only proposing a solution, but also being flexible with the rest of your colleagues. Next item is item 4C, as in cat, is the approving infrastructure financing district plan submitted by the Fresno Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. And Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve. We have discussed the EIFD on several occasions. So I'm here to answer questions as the chairman of the Public Financing Authority. Councilmember Arias is vice chair of that authority. Councilmember Sori also sits on it, and I do have the consultant from Cosmon Companies. So I will make a motion to approve.
All right, I will second that. Let me go back to the public, city manager. I see you wanting to speak. Let me just go to the public really quick. Anybody in the public wishing to address this item? If so, identify yourself now. All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second, and we have our city manager who wishes to speak. You have the floor.
Yes, Councilmember Esparza, can you just clarify how much of the general fund do you think would be diverted into this district if this is adopted? You know, I'm looking at numbers here, and I just want to make sure that we're very transparent in what we're doing, given the earlier discussions about the general fund. And I would actually urge council to wait until we bring the budget forward before you adopt this. So, council member, do you mind kind of going over some of the numbers to make sure I'm reading everything accurately?
Yeah, sure. So, this is, the impact on the general fund, the net impact is something we certainly took into consideration. And I'll have Joe step in and show us that this is actually going to be a net positive for the general fund in the long run at the current contribution level of 33% of future property taxes increment, not any existing property taxes. So Joe, if you wouldn't mind stepping in and
Joe, I believe I put you in as a panelist, so I think you're there. City manager, do you have a specific question?
Well, I just noticed that, for instance, next year alone, it's $251,000 that would go into this district. And then over the course, if I'm reading this accurately, it's $346 million that would be diverted from the general fund. And given the discussion that we've had about how we've been impacted by COVID and our revenues are down, and that you all have put off all kinds of labor discussions, as well as even only approving 1 year for our mental health provider, is troublesome to me, because you're all waiting for us to bring the budget forward. And so I'm just asking you all to do the same thing with this item.
Joe, if you could go ahead and answer the city manager's question about the net fiscal impact on the general funds.
Absolutely, and then happy to help with sort of follow-up questions. As far as the portion of the future increment, I think the amount that's currently in the plan is 33% of future incremental property tax within the district boundary. So no amount of existing dollars. 33% of the future incremental property tax from within the district boundary. The projected fiscal impact over the course of the district lifetime, up to 50 years, is a positive $9.8 million positive impact to the general fund on a present value basis. I think the assumption being made in the analysis is, with the district, with funding dedicated toward community infrastructure, that a greater level of development would be realized than would otherwise if there were no district in place and no catalytic infrastructure installed. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, so I mean, the summary there is that over the course of 50 years, this district will produce $345 million for investment in the infrastructure within the boundaries.
Fully built out, correct?
Yeah,
Only if
that's
it's fully built out.
That's over the course of the entire course of the life of the EIFD, which is roughly 50 years.
And again, I think it's great for the area. I just don't think now's the time. And again, I urge you all to wait until we have a complete picture of the budget and really instead of committing future revenue and diverting it from the general fund.
Well, that's very short-sighted to frame in that manner, because
you put off stuff today that was net.
You'll talk afterwards. We have land that is roughly 5.8% of the city's area. It produces 8% of the property taxes. We're reinvesting it into these same boundaries with the purpose of increasing the property taxes there. So again, to say that we're just taking away general funds is very short-sighted. We're investing in an area that's going to yield value for the city at large. And ultimately, over the course of the life, will produce over 9 million net positive general fund impact.
I just wanted to point out that it's a little hypocritical, given the other discussions that you pushed off, that we wanted to bring forward with labor and our mental health provider with the 1-year agreement. That's all.
Thank you, City Manager. We recorded your interest, and I do want to point out that this body has made multiple investments that are multiple years in the future, that have multiple increases in the future. Just this year, even though we don't have a complete budget, just today, we, we're willing to entertain investments that require multiple years of commitment. So I do think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we're all looking forward to that in-depth presentation of the budget in October. There's a motion, there's a second. Any other questions?
Just a quick question, President Arias. What is the process for, because I know some of the constituents and residents got a notice of it. Does the area have to vote on it, or is this action going to solidify that?
So this is the preliminary action before solidifying it. We've held a series of public hearings already. There's been 3. So every single notice they've gotten, they've had the opportunity to hop on the telephone or on Zoom and speak to us. We've had lots of folks come and give public input. We explained to them and exactly what the district is going to do. Really kind of quelled their concerns. There was a lot of kind of misinformation out there about what the district actually does and the purpose of it. So there will be another notice that goes out to them after we pass this resolution, and they will have one more opportunity to come out and voice their concerns. If there was a large protest against it, then that would result in the delay of the district being formed. But so far, I mean, once folks have found out exactly what it's doing, they've been pretty happy with the prospect of having this district implemented.
And so that, to kind of land it, this essentially codifies that, and by way of policy initiates this. There's not a vote requirement by the residents, correct?
That is correct. Yes. So that's correct.
And remember, Chavez, just to clarify for the public, this is not an assessment district where we're going to impose new fees or taxes as a result of being in the assessment district. So that's one of the big misunderstandings that the public had as we were establishing the enhanced district. And there has been broad support from the downtown and the area folks, as well as our Mayor-elect Dyer, of this approach to making a concerted effort to make investments in the corridor.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, this a lot of it mirrors what the RDA used to do, right? Where the assessment essentially stays in the neighborhood and gets invested back into the specific area.
The cleaner version of what the RDA mechanism was. And as we saw, just with RDAs and those being around for roughly 40 years, I believe. I mean, there's always going to be recessions. There's always going to be ups and downs of the economy. And that's certainly no excuse to divest, right, or stop our efforts towards investing in areas like this. So
we'll call this one the NRDA.
All right. With that, roll call, City Manager. We have Councilor Bredefield next. Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the city manager, what is the mayor's position? What's Mayor Brand's position on this? Because you seem to be expressing concern about this, and I haven't heard a word from him.
I would say the mayor's concern is the same as mine, that let's just wait until we have a complete picture before we allocate very valuable general fund dollars elsewhere.
Okay.
I mean, you all know the mayor. I think that's a pretty good assumption of what he would say.
No, I can't assume what he would say. I need him to say whatever he's going to say. And if he has concerns, I don't know why he's not on this Zoom call. I don't know why he hasn't spoken publicly about this.
I represent him at council, Councilmember Bredefield. He never sits on the dais unless you all allow him.
He doesn't have to sit on the dais. He can get out from where he is at his house and get on the Zoom phone call and express his point of view. He's the mayor, right? He's the mayor. He's paid to do that. And if he's got a problem, I really would like to know, because it's not a criticism of you, city manager. You're attempting to express some reservations, but I'm very troubled that you're raising lots of concerns about general fund dollars. And if he's that concerned, why is he not here expressing that concern?
He's talking to the governor about opening up.
I don't think so. I think he already gave the letter with the chocolates this afternoon. So he's not talking to the governor. I don't know where he is, but if you have that kind of level of concern, I would expect the mayor to be expressing that level of concern.
Sharing the concern that we have as an administration,
Council President.
including our controller, including the concern of our controller.
Council Vice
Council
President.
can we get back on track, please?
Yes,
Vice
my
President.
apologies, Council Vice President, for allowing the discourse to go too long. Councilmember Butterfield, do you have a final comment?
Yeah, when I was on the council when they had the RDA, I supported the RDA. In fact, it was overseen, as I recall, by the administration, and we brought it to the council, which I supported. And the RDA was very effective in helping in terms of redevelopment. So I am a supporter of this concept. I have been in the past. I think it does help areas that need to be assisted in continuing to revitalize and grow and be as healthy as every other part of the community. I'm just expressing the concern that, what the city manager has said. Anyway, having said that, I will support this.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
7-0.
7-0. Thank you to my colleagues. Really appreciate your efforts and the redevelopment of our inner core.
All right, Council. I know this is the last item, so I'm hoping we would still push through and pay some close attention. This is a workshop, so there will be no action taken, but it's a workshop on the status of our homeless efforts. As you know, Councilmember Bredefeld, myself, and Councilwoman Soria sit on the Homeless Council Committee, where we've been providing some oversight and guidance to HP's, the mayor's director of innovation, on the homeless efforts and the coordination with the County of Fresno as we try to tackle this growing homeless problem in our city. H, are you ready to provide the presentation to the council?
I think you need to make him a panelist, and we need to be able to share our screen with you all as well, please.
We can do that. Who needs to show up?
And we will become a panelist.
All right, H, you've been at it as a panelist. Anybody else need to be able to share a screen?
Yes, Director 2125.
Yeah, Director 2125, please.
Easy enough. We can do that too.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful.
So Gavin, I can't seem to be able to share, make the co-host 2125 the co-host to.
They don't need to be a co-host. Any panelist can share their screen.
Got it. All right,
So
then they
you
have.
should be good to go.
All right.
Hit screen sharing.
You have the floor, H.
I don't think any
Okay.
panel can share their
There we
screen.
go.
I think it needs abilities. There it goes.
You got it. Thank you, folks, for your patience.
Great, thank you very much. Well, Council President and council members, it's good to be with you. We're going to be giving a quick overview of how our comprehensive COVID-19 homeless response is going. Next slide, please. There are basically two questions we're answering today. One is, what have we done so far with our COVID-19 homeless response funding? And how will we continue the COVID-19 response to the homeless beyond September? Next slide, please. We've developed a comprehensive community-wide COVID-19 homeless response that has been very effective in reaching hundreds of people, preventing them from being exposed to COVID and other negative aspects of this pandemic. The city's been a full partner in developing this community-wide multi-partner response, and this kind of coordination is required by our funders, which are the state and HUD. Our goal has been to safeguard the health of our homeless population and getting as many off the street as possible, and to care for them, and then to see them exit safely. Next slide, please. Our results to date are 425 beds, 287 unit style housing for high-risk individuals, 28 congregate beds at Poverello House, 30 hotel rooms used to provide care for those who have tested positive or in the process of receiving their results, 20 hotel rooms for domestic violence victims or survivors, 60 hotel rooms in the outlying communities of Selma and other communities, the community of Sanger, 11 hotel rooms, transportation to medical appointments. Next slide, please. And 24 travel trailers, existing shelters with all the social distancing and hand washing stations, and then hand washing and sanitizer stations provided to shelters around the area. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of how the funds have been spent to date. You can see 50% have been spent on beds, 27 on staffing, 14% on transition services, and then security and miscellaneous. Next slide. That was through March. We're looking at this expenditure configuration through August, and it would be an additional 4.8 million on beds, 5.3 on staffing, 2.8 on transitional services. And this is where we begin to see people transition out of the COVID shelters into housing and safe exits. Next slide, please. Our funding is braided together with the funding from other institutions that has come down from the state and federal level. And those include the city, the county, the COC, the city of Greeley, and many other community partners. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the braided funding. The colors indicate different funding sources. And although it's a bit complex, it's really simple because we've been able to work with our partners in the community to link and align our resources in a way that's got maximum impact. Next slide, please. The four main sources of funding for the COVID-19 homeless response include the $1 million from the state in the first gray row. The second gray row is the 2.1 million in ESG CB1 dollars from HUD. The first blue row, or the third row, is the ESG Solutions Grant number 2, ESG CB2, that's 8.8 million, and then CDBG CV. We're not going to be addressing the CDBG CV. We have already allocated the first two rows and linked and aligned them with this braided funding. What we're looking at today is that third row of the 8.845 million, and we're actually looking at an investment of just 2 million of that 8.845 million to hopefully wind up our COVID-19 homeless response. Next slide, please. So homeless response funding after September is to maintain current efforts through the end of December, and from January through March, focus on rehousing folks. So instead of seeing them walk off a housing cliff, to see them receive the navigation services and the rehousing that they need to get into safe exits. We're recommending that the city invest up to $2 million in the ESG CV2 dollars. Next slide, please. One of the questions that your subcommittee had, which is a very important question, is where does our investment fit in the context of other investments? This slide shows that our funding to date is 22% of the overall funding strategy, with the county at 54% and the COC at 24%. Next slide, please. With the additional $2 million, this moves our percentage to 33%, with the county providing 47% and the COC 20%. Next slide, please. So just in summary, what we're asking, and what the council's role in all of this is to do exactly what the subcommittee's been doing, and that's to carefully monitor the investments that have been made and the effectiveness of the efforts through on the COVID-19 homeless response. We're asking that you would approve today the expenditure of up to $2 million for rehousing those currently housed in COVID-19 response shelters into permanent housing and safe exits. And if you do that, then we will come back on October 15th. That'll be another opportunity for you to discuss this issue, but it will be with a resolution and a subrecipient agreement with Fresno County to braid this $2 million into the funding of our final phase of COVID-19 response, hopefully our final phase of COVID-19 response. Any questions?
All right, council.
Council President.
That's okay. We
Yes,
don't need that
Council Vice
slide.
President.
Thank you. Thanks, Aldi.
You have the
Council
floor, Council
President.
Vice President.
Thank you. H, thank you so much for meeting with me before today's meeting, of course, and going into
My
great
pleasure.
detail on, yes, sir. And you went into great detail on all the questions I had, and you answered them for me. Therefore, I don't have any questions. You prepared me very well, and I'm prepared to support, although it's just a workshop. I don't think we're going to vote today, but I appreciate the hard work that you and your team have done. Please continue the good work. Thank you.
I think what thank you, Council Vice President. I think what the subcommittee wanted to do is to make sure that everybody understood the full context of this COVID-19 homeless response dollars so that we could get the intent of the council and then prepare the documents that are necessary for action for the October 15th meeting. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you again for your time. And yeah.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Council
Thank you.
President,
Any other questions from the council?
I was
Go ahead.
just going to make some comments. Thank you, H, for the presentation and then also for the presentation you gave us during the subcommittee. For the purpose of the rest of the council, we didn't, as a subcommittee, didn't have a recommendation that we could come to you with. We wanted H to do
Sorry.
presentation. You can't hear me?
No.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
I said for purpose of the council members that are not on the subcommittee, our subcommittee this time did not have an actual recommendation. We wanted to bring the information to all of you to see what kind of feedback you all had. As you guys could see from the presentation, there is a proposal to add $2 million to do rehousing of the folks that are temporary sheltered in those shelters that we all approved. I know that there were some questions that we had posed to H about where these individuals would end up being housed when they're rehoused with those $2 million. I don't know if you were able to gather any of that information or have an idea as to how to answer that question, because I know that that was one question that remained outstanding in our subcommittee, just because we wanted to know, what that process would be like.
Yes. So there is no answer to that question. I did research it with our folks that are doing the rehousing now and doing the rehousing across our city. And the reason why I don't have an answer is because basically folks are rehoused across the city. And the funding that's put in there for housing allows them to secure market rate housing. The challenge, of course, is that we've got a 3% vacancy rate. And so the navigators that are out there now, one of the reasons that we need navigators is to be very proactive in getting people out of shelters and into housing. So the general answer is that folks will go into treatment programs, they'll go into permanent supportive housing, some will go into permanent supportive housing that's available with some of our partners in the homeless service delivery system. But in terms of those folks that are going to be housed in a regular market housing, that could be anywhere in the city.
And the other issue that I brought up with you, for me, what's important especially right now with COVID, is that we prioritize rehousing families with children. We know that those temporary shelters or even just the streets are not suitable and conducive for our kids to learn, especially given the fact that they're, learning remotely. So getting those on the priority list is going to be critical for me, even supporting an investment of that sort. I want to make sure that it's children and families that are prioritized, and that we also, I believe I mentioned this in the subcommittee, that as you guys are looking to rehouse those that are independent and, because I think right now vouchers are given to folks and they can't combine them, that if people can be housed in one home where they, if it's a 2-bedroom and they're 2 single people, that we do that. We want to maximize the usage of the dollars that you guys are proposing. So those would be some of the recommendations that I have if the council indeed wants to move in this path. I know that another, just for the council's wherewithal, the committee also raised the issue of having the county look at the boot camp as a temporary shelter and to be rehabbed. There's been an interest for some time, but we haven't made any headway. I'm just putting that out there for those council members that may also be interested in that. I just want to get feedback from folks to figure out how we continue to move forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments from the council?
Council President?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Addressing that issue on the boot camp, which is a great facility to accommodate the issues that face us day in and day out here in Fresno that's been articulated by my colleagues. The issue I see there is that it's a county facility, and based upon our current relationship, I'm not so sure that would be something that could be implemented anytime soon in light of the tenor of the times between the city and the county. So I just wanted to add that bit of information.
Thank you, Council Vice President. For the rest of the council's benefit, I do want to again reiterate the questions and concerns that I expressed during the committee. To Councilwoman Soria's point, this proposal of $2 million would essentially set aside about $1,300 per individual for rehousing per month for a year, which is a significant amount of money given the cost of rents in our city. And what I've told H that I need in order to get comfortable in turning over $2 million for rehousing are 2 critical things. One, what are the guidelines that are going to be used for housing individuals? For example, are we going to put a family of 4 in a 400 square foot motel room? I need to know exactly what guidelines these providers are going to use for determining who gets a 3-bedroom single family home and who gets a motel room. Secondly, I need to know where they're going to be located, because as we've seen in the most recent experience with the county is not known, nor do they have a history of talking to the neighborhood before they impose a facility that has huge implications to our neighborhood without any public participation or adjustments to ensure the concerns of the neighborhood have been addressed. We went through this process months ago, and we thought we were on the same page where the county and the city, since we're both jointly funding these efforts, would have agreement on the best location and what support systems must be put in place for that location to be accepted by the neighborhood, and we can avoid NIMBY issues. The current expenditure plan has invested more than about $500,000 in security, additional security in these facilities. It's invested millions of dollars in shelter beds so that we've been able to house 500 individuals thus far. I want to know where they're going to be housed and who is going to determine and how they're going to determine what kind of housing each of them get. Because the last thing I want to see is to see us packing in, kids and families into a motel that we know is a fire hazard or is not up to the building codes and safety codes of the city. And without that information, I'm not going to be in a position to support turning over $2 million to the county, because essentially you're asking us for a blank check. And although our relationship has improved with the county, it continues to be one step forward and two steps back, as illustrated by this Blackstone facility, that I want to make sure we're very clear about what we're getting ourselves into and what the folks that we're trying to serve should expect. Because the last thing I want to see is taking a kid from Santa Clara who shouldn't be there and putting them on Motel Drive in the middle of human trafficking and drug trafficking. So I want some assurances and clarity on exactly where these folks are going to go. H and the county have articulated that their providers that they're using are existing providers, that they've done this before. If that's the case, then we need to see exactly where folks are being placed and what they should expect to receive and what the city should expect to see in terms of outcomes. So with that, those are my comments that I give to the committee, and I'm still not satisfied yet that we have answers to those two questions in order to move forward. But I'll turn over the floor to Councilmember Esparza. Let me go to Esparza, H, and then we'll come back to you.
Yes, yeah, my comments are very brief. Just, you know, I'll echo your sentiment, Council President. You know, I see what we're being asked to do here and commit in the dollars. And, you know, I'd like to see just a greater level of cooperation and collaboration with the county before we did that. I know this council was kind of on the fence the first time we did it some months ago, and we seem to be having deja vu all over again. So at this point, I don't really have a great comfort level with turning over these dollars to the county.
I have a question, Council President. So H, you know how folks apply for the home key dollars or whatnot, and part of the application, they had to present or at least commit that they would secure programming dollars or dollars. Are these those dollars? I just want to make sure that that's clear that I didn't think that those were these dollars. I thought these were additional dollars to house folks like in other homes in the city of Fresno, not the hotels or motels.
Right, that's correct, Council Member. The monies that the city is committing or will come back to your council to request commitment for the 4 home key projects that the Housing Authority has submitted for on Parkway Drive are different from these funds. Some come from the same pot. Some will come from the same pot, the ESG CV2 pot. They'll come from the $6.8 million that's left over, and then some of the other sources. And back to Council President's question, I think as I did my research on that, Council President, the answer was that we are investing, this proposal invests approximately $15,000 per person or per family unit to rehouse them. And this kind of overlaps with your question and Councilmember Soria's question. That gives enough latitude to offer people with families a larger apartment. There will be great care and has been great care in placing people in appropriate housing. We can't speak to exactly where that housing is because the placements are dependent upon the market. But out of that 15,000, about 75% of it is spent on direct housing costs, including the move-in costs with security deposit, first and last month's rent. But then about a quarter of it is spent on staff costs. And those staff costs, those navigation costs are those things that assure that folks are matched with housing that meets the needs of either them as individuals or them as family groups.
Thank you.
So I think that's clear, at least a little bit more clear, that those dollars are not going to be used for the programming piece for the motels that are being converted in the city of Fresno. This is in addition to, Because I know that the housing authority has about 4. Then the county is talking about 1 or 2 other motels. So that's in addition to what they're going to create with those.
The only ones we've expressed support for are the 4 units on Parkway Drive. Now, one of the benefits of this, the investment of this, most of these dollars are going to go to folks in the city of Fresno. And one of the benefits of this, should we, and this is all hypothetical as it relates to home key, but should we be successful with the housing authority in securing those home key projects, that some of these folks can be placed in those projects as they, especially as they are renovated. So it could, and that would allow us to have more funding. And I know that there's also a project that has been brought before you as council to utilize some of the CARES funding to purchase additional hotels, with the idea of changing the ecology of that whole neighborhood on Parkway Drive. So there is some positive synergy that could take place here. Home key is hypothetical. Yeah.
H, I'd like to point out that you've just confirmed my concern, and I think that of Councilmember Esparza, that the funds that we're giving to house somebody at $15,000 a year under these funds could go to the Blackstone project to subsidize the operation of a facility that has not gone through the public process of getting support from the neighborhood for it. So from my perspective, I'm not willing to do that. It's hard enough to convince our neighborhoods to accept affordable housing and homeless shelter housing. We really need to take it upon ourselves to generate that public and neighborhood support versus simply imposing something. So I have reservations with any of our funds going towards, facilitating the cost or subsidizing the cost of that project in any way.
Well, Council President, I think that it is up to us to make those conditions and restrictions. And I don't think we had talked about prioritizing families and children. I would like to see families and children prioritized when we're talking about stable housing out in neighborhoods. I would like to see that happen with these dollars. And then the restrictions could be to not use these dollars for the programming of that or whatever the operating cost of the Blackstone development.
So should you approve this project today in principle, as we bring, I would guess that by October 15th, by your council meeting on October 15th, we will no longer be dealing with hypotheticals as it relates to home key. We'll have a firm idea of what the state is going to approve and not approve. And then you guys council can do what they want in terms of actions at that time. What is basically
you make a very good point that when we come back October 15th, this council is going to have a much more complete picture of the city sponsored facilities, the county sponsored facilities, and how much money it's going to cost us to operate those in years out. We will also have, I hope, a lot of clarity on the budget and to see whether we can use general funds or other CDBG funds towards those efforts. So that's why today's a workshop to present this conversation, but the council should be aware that we'll have a much more complete picture come October 15th.
So what I'd like to do with your council's support is to prepare the documentations, the resolution, the subrecipient agreement, and all the other documentation that's needed to move ahead. What we're recommending is the augmentation of a system. I think your project-specific question should be a lot more clear for us to assess by the 15th.
H, today's just a workshop, so we can't, take a vote on anything. I think you've heard the council members' comments. So I think you'll take some of that and try and bring something forward that would gain the support of everyone.
Council President.
Yes, Council Vice President.
Thank you. It seems to me that the subcommittee needs to get with H and specifically go through this list and answer your questions as he answered mine when I spoke with him offline, and that would save us a lot of time and energy.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right,
presentation.
Council Vice President, and we'll make it a point to meet again as a committee before August 15th so that we can bring you a recommendation from the committee.
I was hoping for that today. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think that concludes our conversation today. This is a workshop, so there is no public comment. Randy, you have to wait for next meeting on October 15th when we have a concrete proposal to consider. Today was simply a workshop for the benefit of the council and the public. If there are no other questions, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. Member Carbasti, would you like to adjourn in anybody's name?
I would. Can you hear me, Council President?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, I would like to adjourn in memory of Carson City, Nevada Mayor Robert Kroll.
We are adjourned in his name, and thank you all, council, for this late edition of the council meeting today. We'll see you back on October 5th, on September 24th. That will be a virtual meeting as well, and we'll see you then. Thank you all.
Thank you.